Hello. Shall we start then, Anurag sir?
Sure, Aditi. Yeah, we can start.
Shall
Sorry, Aditi, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, sir, just taking your permission for the start of the session. Shall we start then?
Sure, no issues.
Okay. So we request you to kindly have a presentation slide check before the session begins. You can share your presentation. Okay, yeah, it's absolutely visible.
Great.
Okay. So, good afternoon, dear participants. On behalf of all the organizing electronics and ICT academies at IIT Guwahati, MNIT Jaipur, IIT Kanpur, IITDM Jabalpur, and NIT Patna, I welcome you all in this day 5 of this online joint faculty development program, which we are conducting on AI for teaching and learning. So today is the day 5 of the session, which will be taken by our expert, Mr. Anurag Kumar sir. So he is right now connected with us. But before we start, we will have a short introduction of our speaker. Mr. Anurag Kumar sir is the founder of Prex Studio and an expert in AI strategy and digital transformation. With a background from IIT Bombay and IIM Bangalore, he has led AI-driven solutions for Fortune 500 companies at Wipro and helped business integrate AI effectively. In his 10 plus years of experience, he has focused on making AI practical, actionable, and impactful, bridging the gap between cutting edge technology and real world business need. He has completed his BTech from IIT Bombay in 2010 and MBA from IIM Bangalore in 2015. His work experience widely include global business manager at Wipro from 2015 to 2020, VP Marketing in Invis AI from 2021 to 2022. And from 2020 till present, he is the founder of Prex Studio. So we are very grateful to have him on this platform as our expert in this program. Over to you, sir.
Thanks a lot, Aditi. Welcome, everybody. I'm really excited to hear and share whatever we have learned with for AI over the last 5 years, right? The entire idea that we had when we founded Prex Studio was that we believe that there is going to be a big switch which is going to happen from an era where we did not have generative AI, and in an era where now almost most of the things are being done using generative AI. So it was our vision that the workforce would require a lot of retraining, and companies would require a lot of help building new solutions, and that's how we were created. So I'm really excited to be here, and I really hope that the next 4 hours that we're going to be together, I can deliver some value. So in the first module, what we are going to do is we are going to look at how we can use AI for administrative tasks. We will look at some examples of how to do it using ChatGPT and a couple of other AI tools like Perplexity, Gemini, so on and so forth. But what I also want to do is introduce you to another set of tools, which mainly come from the workflow side. And the reason it is important that we also have a look at these tools is first, let's try to understand what's there in the market, what are the new ways of working that everybody is talking about. And second thing that we also want to look into is that on one side we have work to be done, and on another side we have this AI, which can basically help us automate a lot of tasks. So can we mix these two together and basically create any kind of autonomous systems, right? Without writing any line of code, without having any know-how on how can we build AI applications? Are there any tools which can help us do that? And that's what we will explore during this session. And during the session, if you have any doubts, please do put them in the comment section, in the chat section. I'll have a look at it and answer it then and there, right? And if I'm going too fast, if I'm going too slow, if there are any issues with the screencasting, please do let me know, right? So in this first session, we are broadly going to look at three tools, right? So we are going to look at Grammarly, Trello, and Zapier. We'll discuss a little more about what they are. But before we do that, we'll also create a point of view on LLMs. I understand that today is day 5, so you have a good understanding of what is possible using LLMs and what are the different things it can do. But the thing is, frankly speaking, talking about LLMs is kind of like talking about Google search. There is not much to be learned, but everybody basically comes up with their experience, and everybody learns, different techniques to use the same tool. So I'll share my point of view on what LLMs are, how did we get here, what are the different things we need to do, and where this technology is going. I will also cover a couple of other tools which are pretty new in the market. I'm hoping you have not heard of it, but if you've heard of it, it's well and good. So we'll cover some of those as well, and let's see how it goes. And like I said, if there are any questions, please do drop it in the chat, and we can answer it then and there, right? So, but before we begin, let's have a look at the evolution of machine learning, right? So it's like the artificial intelligence that we're talking about, which is kind of like ChatGPT, is a technology which is only 3 years old, so to say, right? But how did we come at this stage, right? And I think this is important because it helps us build an intuition, and also understand that, okay, what is possible, where is this technology going, and what can we expect in the coming days, right? I think most of us are familiar that there was a time when basically you used to use punch cards to basically program anything in a computer and then put it in a big bulky machine, and then it used to basically do a lot of processing and churn out an answer. And these machines used to be as big as the entire rooms and entire buildings. And at that time, what we used to do was basically a human would come up with a set of rules, right? And then translate it in a manner that computer can understand. And then this language used to be fed into the computer, and then computer used to do what we have asked it to do. Then down the line, what happened is we basically started working with machine learning. And what happened during this machine learning phase was the data and the algorithm got decoupled. For example, we can take a statistical algorithm like linear regression, right, and put it with any data set, and then for any given value, basically we can get a value, right? So that is how the machine learning started, and then it became even more complicated. And then finally what happened as the technology evolved is that we started talking about deep learning. So deep learning was a significant departure from any kind of computing that we have done in the past, because previously what used to happen is that computing was very logic and reasoning driven, right? If you can break down a set of steps into mathematical functions, and write it in a programming language like Python, basically you could create a program. But what happened with the deep learning is basically, rather than taking inspiration from logic and basically creating algorithms, so on and so forth, we took inspiration from biology. We try to understand that hey, how do animals, how do humans make sense of this world? How do they take an input? How do they process it? And how do they put that output out, right? And the thing is, I would say we don't understand exactly 100% of, how does these neural networks and how does the human brain works. But we know it enough that, we can create a very simplistic neuron in a computer. And just like we have so many neurons in our body, which are connected together and basically they do everything for us. For example, if I touch something, the signals that, I'm touching something travels all the way to my body, to my brain. And then I know, hey, I'm touching a cold glass of water. Similarly, I see something and that data basically goes from neurons to my brain. And I'm able to make sense, okay, that is color green, that is color red, so on and so forth. So the artificial neurons that we have created, they are not as complicated, right, as I would say our neurons are, but they are quite functional. So basically, if we take a lot of them and connect them together in certain architectures, basically they can do a lot of good things, right? And that is how basically we arrived at foundation models. So foundation models are basically kind of like glorified autocomplete systems. So for example, if I put a question to you, like, what is capital of India? Most probably the answer that I'll get back is capital of India is New Delhi. And the thing is, no matter who I ask, most probably they will all respond with the same answer and most probably in a similar manner. And that is what this neural network is doing, inside its neurons. It has read tons of books. It has read tons of articles from the internet. I would say it has like a substantial amount of all the human knowledge that we have created so far. It is trained on all that knowledge. So when we ask it a question like, okay, what is capital of India? From somewhere, some model that it has created in its neuron, it is able to figure out, okay, India is a country, it is supposed to have a national capital, and most likely that the national capital is New Delhi. So it says that, capital of India is New Delhi. So these were the first generation of models. And I would say these are more like GPT-3, right? GPT-3, GPT 3.5. But they had an inherent issue. Since they were mainly trained on data, if I ask it a question like, what is the capital of India? It thinks that, a very good answer for this question could also be, what is capital of Sri Lanka? What is capital of Nepal? What is capital of Pakistan? What is capital of China? And the reason it thinks that, that it is a good enough way to answer this question is because it might have encountered the same question in a question bank. And it knew that, okay, the line that followed what is capital of India was, what is capital of Sri Lanka? So it thinks, it can auto-complete it by giving me another question. So this was a very big issue with foundation models. So what they did is basically they got a human trainer who will basically give a prompt to the AI. Then AI is going to respond back to the prompt. And then the human agent is going to basically judge that, hey, should you have answered this question like this or should you have answered in another manner? So for example, now if I pose a question to this AI model saying that, hey, what is capital of India? If it says, if it responds with a set of another questions, I say, hey, that is the wrong way to respond. And then I would say the right way to respond is the capital of India is New Delhi. And that is how basically we can tune these models. And when I say instruction tune models, basically what we're doing is we train these models to follow instructions. And this started happening somewhere from chat GPT 3.5, right? So rather than just trying to autocomplete whatever we have given it, what it did, what the AIs all started doing is basically it will take my input, then basically it is going to try to respond to it, assuming that it is an instruction which I have provided, right? So this is where we were, I would say, for last 3 years, right? But now what we are seeing is we are seeing this rise of reasoning models. And reasoning models are slightly different from the models that came before, because when I put a question like, what is the capital of India? So what happens is basically first model uh, doesn't respond to me directly like how ChatGPT used to do previously. But what it will do is it will internally think, okay, the user is asking for what is capital of India. Then it will think about, okay, India is mostly a country in Asia. The neighbors of India are, Nepal, China, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, so on and so forth. Most probably its capital is New Delhi. So this is the reasoning which it is doing internally. We can view this reasoning, but in applications like ChatGPT, generally this is not visible outright. But we'll see whether we can see this reasoning happening in real time, right? And then it responds to my question saying, the capital of India is New Delhi. So what reasoning models do is basically whenever they get an input, the first thing they do is, hey, I need to create a task list of what are the things I need to do before I respond to the user back, right? So these responses are even more better. And especially GPT-5, which has come out recently, the latest model, it is very good at reasoning, right? And then after reasoning, what we're talking about right now, or I would say what is the keyword in AI space for the year 2025 is agents. So agents are LLMs, which are basically all these models we have discussed so far. But what also happens is they have access to a couple of other things. So for example, I can build an agent which can basically do Google search. So when I ask it a question like, what is the weather of Bangalore right now? It basically goes to Google, searches for, Bangalore weather, then sees the results, and then based on that responds to me saying that, hey, looks like Bangalore is going to be overcrowded today. And here is a link if you want to know more information, right? So that is where we are right now, the reasoning models and agents. And the thing that everybody is talking about, the holy grail of this entire AI race, is what we call as AGI, which stands for Artificial General Intelligence. Sam Altman, who is the CEO of OpenAI, describes AGI as basically an AI which has an average human intelligence, right? So any task that you can give to a human with average IQ can also be given to AI, and AI will do a good or a better job. Is like the same or a better job than the human would. And that is, if an AI is able to do that, then we can say, hey, we have achieved AGI. But the point I would like to make here is, just because we are in a race to AGI doesn't mean that this AI technology is quite useless until we achieve AGI. We are at a stage right now where basically AI technology has matured enough that we can toolify it. And when I say that, toolify it, what I mean by it is, like, initially we had mobile phones, right? But mobile phones, it would be like, Nokia will have its own operating system. It will look and feel very different. When I use it, it would feel very different. Then we had BlackBerry, who had their own operating system. The look and feel was very different. The operating system was very different. And if there was a person who wanted to make an application for these phones, he will have to make two separate applications, one for Nokia, one for BlackBerry. But when Android and iOS, iPhones came in the market, what happened is Android phone can be downloaded, and like anybody can manufacture an Android phone, get the operating system from Google, and any app that anybody has built for this particular Google operating system will work on your phone. And suddenly the adoption of mobile phones went crazy. It's like almost every household has a mobile phone now, right? And we are pretty much using the same applications. And that happened because of the toolification of mobile phones, right? And we are seeing the same toolification which is happening in the AI right now. So that being said, what does the landscape look like today? So when we talk about LLMs, like I was mentioning, when I talk about LLMs, we are broadly talking about foundation models, instruction tune models and reasoning models, right? So there are four key things that it can do, or like four key things that we need to keep in mind. One, it is trained on sum total of human knowledge. I think that's a very good assessment to say, because they're trained of tons of data. And I would say 60 to 70% of the data that we have put online over the last decade is something which these models are trained on, right? And it is not a very factual thing to say, but it is a very good thing to basically build a worldview on this. So I like to think of LLM as something like an artificial human subconscious, right? It's like all the knowledge that we have accumulated as a species, we put it online over the last decade or so. And then what these LLMs did is basically they went through all of this knowledge and tried to put it in their artificial heads. And because of that, they have created a model of the world. So for example, if I ask it a question like, which sports did Michael Jordan play? So it is not something which is an autocomplete task. The AI model needs to know that, basketball is a game, that, I'm asking for Michael Jordan, which is a person, and Michael Jordan plays basketball. It has to make all of those connections, right? So it is trained on a sum total of human knowledge. So it has most of the knowledge about the humanity. It has a cutoff date, but we'll have a look at that. So since it has been trained on human knowledge, it understands how the world works, right? It understands concepts like, countries. It understands concepts like maths, science, frameworks, workflows. If I tell it something like, this should be compliant with GDPR, it understands that, GDPR is a compliance regulation, so on and so forth. Now, these are also tuned to follow instructions. So the best results, if I want to get from them, I should basically give them instructions rather than talking to them. And the last point is basically now we are building from reason. So far, the AI models were just autocompletes, right? You give it a sentence and it will try to basically predict what should come after this sentence. But because of reasoning models, now basically there is some amount of simulated thinking, so to say, which is involved. And because of these four things, we can build different use cases. So some of the use cases are chatbots. I think all of us have seen it, right? the ChatGPT, Gemini's, Perplexity, all of them. What we can also do is we can also do automated data extraction, because a lot of time what happens is, let's take an example of a research paper, right? Let's say there's a new research paper published. The only thing that I'm really interested in before I dig deep into this research paper is basically like, hey, what are the key findings of this research paper? How many people cited this research paper? Have these authors published any other information? Those kind of things. So I can extract this information out of the research paper autonomously. Similarly, I can do automated data processing, where basically I can give it an Excel sheet and then basically, maybe generate emails from it, maybe generate graphs from it, maybe generate charts from it. It is able to do that. It can obviously do content creation. So it's like I can give a topic, or I can ask it to basically pick a topic from somewhere and then put it through a workflow which tells it like, how to convert this idea into an article, and then it will run that workflow for me and basically create an article. And lastly, it also helps us with ideation and brainstorming, which I think is the most powerful use case of AI. Because one of the most difficult things for us to do as humans is start from a blank page, right? And because of LLMs, rather than starting from a blank page, we can always start with the first draft and then keep on refining it. So this is where we are at. And this is where basically we're talking just about AI, right? Nothing else. Just the AI models are able to do all these things. But what we are seeing right now is the rise of these things called as augmented LLMs, right? So augmented LLMs are not just the AI models, but they also have access to tools. And together, this is what we call as agents, right? So what do I mean by tool? Let's say I provide my language model access to something called search, right? And using this search, it can basically, query any information that it might need from my knowledge base, from any documents I have provided, any database I have provided, maybe even live data, right? And even the web. So basically, what it can do is, for example, I ask a question like, hey, or are there any AI events happening in Bangalore today? So what would happen next is basically, the AI model will look at the question and say, okay, this user is basically looking for information on events happening in Bangalore. So I think I should do a search and find out AI events in Bangalore, right? So what it'll do is, hey, it'll send an instruction to itself saying, can you use the search tool and check on the web, what are the AI events happening today, right, in Bangalore? And then it will get some response. And then it is going to take this response and basically cook its answer and then tell me that, hey, in Bangalore today, these 3 AI events are happening. And here is the link if you want more information, right? And this information has come from web. So there is like no case of hallucination, so on and so forth. Right. Similarly, if I have my own personal research notes and I ask it a question like, okay, in the phase 1, what was the thing we did? So it will go search in my knowledge, find the relevant section and tell me in phase 1, this is what we had done. So similar to search, we can create lots of tools. I mean, the kind of tools we can create are endless. And now people are creating like so many tools that there's one AI app being launched almost every day, right? That we hear about. So similarly, another tool could be, Get Email, which will have access to my Gmail and it can basically get any email it wants. We can create a tool which is going to be write a response. So we can give it standing instructions that, when you get an email, this is how you should respond to it. It'll automatically respond to it. It can have a tool which can send email. So basically using Get Email, it'll get the email. Using write a response, it'll write the email. And using send email, it'll even send the email. So that entire process for basically seeing the email, responding to it and sending it for specific use cases where it makes sense can be completely automated, right? And this is not the only use case, but I would say this is one of the simple use cases that we encounter on daily basis. So this is something which can be fully automated, and so on and so forth. Uh, so that being said, I would say the key message that I want you to take away is that there are two key things that we're talking about here. One is the AI models by themselves, and AI models that are being used along with tools. So I'm sure you would have heard about a couple of research tools like Research Rabbit, Elicit. So I would say all of them use tools, right? That's why they're able to do what they do. They have a tool using which they can fetch research papers. They might have another tool using which they can do analysis on research papers, and that is what they display in the UI. So today, what we are going to spend most of our time here on the augmented LLMs. We are not going to be spending our times on LLMs so much. That being said, let's start with the first tool that we are going to discuss. But before that, have you guys used Grammarly? If you have used, can you put a yes or a Y in the chat? Great. Okay, awesome. Looks like a lot of folks have used it. Uh, Personally, I was a big fan of Grammarly. I have been using it for like, I would say almost 8 years now, and I had a premium subscription. And they do a very good job, right? So basically, they provide advanced proofreading, right? They can also help us adjust our tone, whether we want to write something more formally, more, in a more academic style, in a more casual manner, in a more Gen Z fashion to appeal to the younger generation, right? So basically, we can do tone adjustments, and now they also have a chat. So let's have a look at it, right? And I would urge you to do these exercises along with me, because uh, only then you will get to know, which tools are really right for you, right? And sessions like this, FDPs like this, basically expose you to a lot of tools. And when you try them out, only then you will realize whether it's something that, you will use it on a day-to-day basis or not. So please do try it out. So we'll go to Grammarly's website, right? I'm already logged in, but let me sign out and show you what it looks like. Right. So if you see, this is what Grammarly's website is, and they're pretty old. I would say they predate ChatGPT, right? So this tool was there before generative AI came out, and now basically they have included generative AI as well. So how Grammarly works is that it's a tool which can help us improve our English, improve our communication, right? In the written communication, so to say. So what I have done is basically when we go to Grammarly, we can create documents here, right? We can upload documents, and these could be basically, Word docs, PDF, so on and so forth. Or we can create, fresh docs. So for this session, what I have done is I have created a very simple article, which is basically about Alan Turing, the father of modern computing. I've introduced a couple of spelling mistakes, and now we'll see basically, what are the different things that we can do using this. So on the right hand side of this UI, you can see we have a bunch of tools, right? So this is the first thing. Second thing is we can see some of these text are highlighted in red, right? Those are basically the spelling mistakes that I have made. And the third thing that I want you to see is this button called Get Pro, right? So we are not using the paid version. If you want to know about the paid version, it costs around $1,000 per month. So it is not a very cheap app to be using, but their free version is also quite powerful, and we will have a look at it, right? And we'll also see whether some of these functionalities can be mimic in ChatGPT, so that rather than going for a subscription, it might be better that we build these mini AIs which can do the similar task, if that is something that we want, right? But I would highly encourage that check with your institutes whether you can get a Grammarly subscription, because the apps we are going to go cover today, most of them have very good programs for colleges and professors. So it makes sense to basically make use of it if we can. So let's get started with the features that we have here, right? The first one is AI chat, right? So this AI chat can basically be just used like any other chat that we have. So we can ask it question. We can say things like, yes. So I am using Wasim sir, I'm using the free version. So whatever I'm showing is available for free on Grammarly, right? So 3 bullet points. It has created something, right? It gives me an option to insert if I want, and here's a summary, right? I can also ask it questions like, So as you can see, as soon as I put a question, the first thing that you see here is, reading the document. So it goes and looks at this document and then provides suggestions. So, okay, if I can make only 3 changes, it says that, there are spelling issues, I have meant logician, it should be, should be logician, right? Problem solving should be problem solving. There is an I missing. Advancements should be, advancements should be advancements. Then, enhance transitions and flow between sections, making the narrative more cohesive and ensure each section smoothly leads to other. Add more analysis on Turing's long-term impact, so on and so forth. So that is the feature for chat, right? So we can ask things like, hey, what is a new section which I should add? Is this section clear? Are there any, are these examples clear? Are these concepts clear? We can basically have brainstorm those kind of things. Then we have grammar proofreader, right? So the first thing that we see is basically it provides us with the writing quality. So depending on how many errors we have, what kind of sentences we have written, are they grammatically sound, it gives us a score, right? So it gave me a 96 because as we can see, there are a lot of issues. And we can also see that on the left hand side of each and every basically paragraph, we have some suggestions, right? These are pro suggestions, but we'll have a look at them. So for example, fixed word errors, right? So here's a pro suggestion: replace Britisher and logistician with correct terms. So, Alan Turing was a British scientist, not Britisher scientist. Logistician should not be there and logician should be there. So basically I can correct them right here, right? Similarly, correct spelling issues. So problem solving, right? Let me fix this. And then I can come here, advancements, correct, and contributions. So there's a comma missing, right? So for assignments, ma'am, I would say please go along and follow along with me. I'm going to walk through feature by feature. You can use the same article, or basically you can ask ChatGPT to write a short article that you can use, right? Or if you have some content handy, that would be the best, right? So first thing, correct word errors. That is something that we have fixed. The next is refined word choices, right? So again, this is a pro feature. So we will not see exact what changes are, but it is good to see that, what do we get in pro. So for example, use stronger, clearer verbs, right? So this is not going to give me any recommendations. Again, refine word choices. Okay, not much that I can do there. Similarly, tighten the tone. So streamline narrative and direct phrasing. So another thing that you can do, even if you don't have the pro version, is what I would suggest is let's open ChatGPT in parallel. And when I say ChatGPT, you can also use any other AI tool, right? And what I will do is I'll copy this. Just give me a second. It is reworking the recommendations. So for example, let's see the first one, made phrasing more direct, right? So I can go and say, so what I'm doing, since I don't have a pro version, is basically I'm getting the ideas from Grammarly and then getting ChatGPT to implement those ideas, right? So make phrasing more direct. So it has revised this thing for me. Let me just copy it and put under it so we can see what changes it has made, right? Looks pretty similar to me, other than I think scientists who laid the foundation. So it's like scientists who pioneered ideas, laid the foundation for modern computing and artificial intelligence. This seems very wordy. Whereas the revised sentence that now ChatGPT has given based on the idea we gave it, is that, Alan Turing was a British mathematician, logician, crypto analyst, and computer scientist who laid the foundation of modern computing and artificial intelligence. This seems much more crisp to me. So it has basically done a good job, right? And the second sentence, which followed, is like often referred to as the father of computer science. Turing's influence extend across mathematics, wartime coding, and conceptualization of machine that could simulate human thought. So the same sentence is revised as known as the father of computer science. He shaped mathematics, wartime coding, and ideas of machine that could simulate human thought. So I think this version is actually much better than what we have right now. So let me replace it. Similarly, the thing about AI generated content, this is to answer Wasim sir's question. Uh, so AI generated content is not plagiarized content, so to say. It is unique content. But what we say is basically it is AI generated content, right? So AI generated content is not really synonymous with plagiarism, but there are certain restrictions on AI generated content as well. For example, in a research scenario, our entire research paper cannot be AI generated, right? So I would say there might be zero plagiarization here because it's a brand new subject, but I can generate entire research paper using AI. And that research paper will get rejected, not because I'm using plagiarized content, but the entire paper was written using AI. So there are two different concepts here, the plagiarism and AI generated content. And to answer your question, yes, the content that we're generating is going to be AI generated content. So that's why it should not be like that, we wrote the first draft and then we replaced each and every line in that draft using AI. Then the entire article will become AI generated. What we may want to do is basically just use AI in the areas where we need help, right? So that's my thoughts on that. So humanist option, we'll have a look at it. We'll go sequentially, right? So again, we can do, clarify technical terms, ensure consistency. So pro version gives good recommendations for this. But even in free version, basically we can get some idea about what it is talking about. And then we can see whether it makes sense in our case or not, right? So ensure consistent subject reference, right? So I don't know what subject reference they're talking about. So this is not really relevant to me, right? Ensure terminology consistency, right? Not really relevant to me. Clarify technical terms. So I might have defined complex terms, right? So basically, so maybe Turing machine. What is Turing machine? People might not be familiar with it. That's why it's highlighting such things. And if I want to implement it without paying the premium subscription also, I can go to ChatGPT, maybe open a new chat window. Yes, Devesh sir. So if we are using ChatGPT, obviously the content that ChatGPT is going to generate is going to be highly likely AI generated content in my student assignment. For AI generated content, I would say please don't use Grammarly. There are better tools than Grammarly out there. I would say use it as an initial test, but please don't use it as your only source for doing a plagiarism check, right? So let me finish this suggestion. Define complex terms in a paragraph. Yes, Surya sir, can you share your question, please? If it's possible, you can also mute your mic and let us know. Otherwise, you can put it in chat, right? So for example, here we were defining the complex term. I think, sir, only Aditi can unmute you. I do not have access to unmuting you. Aditi, would it be possible to unmute, sir? I don't have a unmute option here, sir. So if you can put it in chat, that would be the best option, I guess.
Hello.
Yes, Aditi.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Sir, my question is that I recently write a paper, okay, and this is a review paper. So I checked it with the Turnitin. So it shows
Okay.
the plagiarism up to the 15%. But one of the reviewer, he checked that paper on the QL Volt. Okay.
Okay.
Then he told that your paper is having a lot of plagiarism. So please rewrite it. So how much it is authentic?
So, sir, so the question is, did they say it's plagiarized or it is AI generated content? Because these are two different things.
Sorry.
So, was it plagiarized content or was it AI generated content? Because these are two different.
It is QL Bolt showing the AI generated content is the 37%. Okay.
Okay, sir. So, yes, sir.
Please.
So the thing is, I'll cover this a little more in detail. Like I had an optional deck, but if you want, we can cover it in detail. So there is lot of talks right now around how much of AI is okay to be used in research writing. That's an ongoing topic of discussion as of right now. But there are certain guidelines around it, and there are some specific guidelines depending on which journal and which paper, like where you're submitting the paper as well. The broad strokes generally that almost everybody follows is that one, you have to disclose any kind of AI use, right? So even if we are using tools like Grammarly, I think we should mention it for the best practices sake, right? So that is one thing. And second thing is a content generated by AI, even if it doesn't detect it as AI generated content now, this technology is evolving very fast. So today it might say that, let's say I wrote a paper which is 100% AI generated, but it is being detected only as 20%. Next year, the technology might be better that the same research paper, it will be able to say that, it is 80% AI generated. And the thing about research right now is that, even if a AI generated paper is accepted today, it might get flagged a year from now. So I would say if a research journal is very particular about don't use AI generated content, then I would say try to avoid using like in the final output that you're going to submit, please try to avoid using direct AI outputs. And the thing is, like, there are tools which can basically take AI generated content and humanize it, but the same is true for them as well. Today, they might be able to fool the AI detected content detectors, but the tools that are going to come out next year or the tools that are going to come out the year after, right? They will be able to detect that this is AI generated content. So one, if you're using any tool which is generative AI powered, it is always a good idea to mention it that, we can say that, hey, I use Grammarly for my grammar checking and it's an AI generated tool. So I think that is something we'll have to do. If a paper is, like you said, they said that, it is 30% AI generated content because we use a tool like Grammarly and other tools. That is something we have to factor in our research writing going forward. There is like no way around it. I hope that answers that question.
Sir, actually, I just want to know, actually on the Turnitin, it is showing the 15%, less than 15%.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But my one of the reviewer, he checked it on the QL Bolt. He's not
Okay.
mentioned that first time he mentioned that your content should not be AI generated, but it should be checked through the plagiarism software like Turnitin.
Yes,
But
sir.
now he is telling that I checked in the QL Bolt, so it is showing the 37% of AI generated.
Yes, sir.
So whether I have to I have to accept the report of the Turnitin or QL Bolt.
So, sir, they are using different algorithms altogether, right? So one algorithm might say 15%, another might say 30%. At the end of the day, they are just algorithms. So depending on different algorithm, it could be different thing, right? But if the objective is that, objective is to say that, hey, I did not use AI tools here, then you can outright go and say if that is how it is. Or like I said, the alternate is, let's be upfront about which AI tools we have used. But like you said, whether it's 15%, 30%, I would say nowadays people test on 5 to 6 different tools. And if the majority of them says that, this particular writing does not cross the threshold, then they flag it as AI generated content. Generally, that is how it's working right now. It is not just one algorithm, but like they check it using multiple algorithms.
Okay, sir. So is it any tool so that we can eradicate the AI generated content in the up to the 10%?
No, sir. So that's what I was saying, sir. There are
Okay.
certain tools today which can basically do that, but they are not an ideal solution because the now onwards, what is happening is they are not just checking submissions the time of publication. Whenever they get a new tool, they also check past submissions. And then what might end up happening is, even if let's say we use 20%, let's say I wrote a research paper, it had 15% AI generated content. And the research paper said that, I should not have more than 5% AI generated content in my research paper. So I used some tool which could basically humanize my text, and then it came down to 5%, and then I submitted it. And let's say that, it went without a hitch, my paper got published. But what is happening is 1 year down the line, when these tools improve, and when I say these tools improve, they also factor in that, there are tools which can basically take in AI generated content and make it human generated. So they adapt to it. So the next version of the AI generated tool that will come out next year, it will be able to detect that, I have used AI and then I humanized it. And that time, they might basically retract the paper after a year's time. So that's why it is a good practice not to use these tools, which basically convert AI generated content into human generated content, because they are also using AI to do that. Only thing is, the current tools cannot detect them, but the tools that will come in the future will be able to detect them. So there is no way around it. There is no simple solution to it. So the best practices that we are teaching people is that, till your first draft, second draft, use AI as much as possible. Try to fix things out. But the final version should be written by you. Like each and every word should be something that is human, that is basically a human's idea, which is uncorrupted by AI writing. So the final version at least should be completely, or as much as possible, a human generated. Tools can be used, but like I said, this is something which can, snowball into a very big issue in the future. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no issue, sir. Thank you. Right. So like we were, so we'll continue with our demo. So I gave the recommendation to ChatGPT, right? I could have even said that, hey, Grammarly is giving me this suggestion for this particular paragraph. Can you help me implement it? It would work phenomenally well. And as you can see, the recommendation was define complex terms, right? And this was my initial version. And then as we can see, ChatGPT helped me basically implement the recommendation. So even if I don't have a pro version of Grammarly, there are ways for me to use the pro-like features quite easily. That's the point that I'm trying to make here, right? So AI detector is again a feature which is only available in Pro when it comes to Grammarly. Now we're talking about Humanizer. So Humanizer, basically what it does is there are a couple of voices that they have suggested. So for example, let's say the everyday voice, right? So let me click on everyday voice. Then what it will do is basically it is going to go and evaluate this entire article that I have written from the point of view of a voice. And we can choose which voice do we want to implement, and then it will give me suggestions based on it. So for example, here, make tone more conversational. One of the Turing's most significant contribution during World War II. So this can be changed to during World War II, Turing was, right? So it makes sense. So I'll accept it. Similarly, use simpler, more relatable language. So maybe it's a little former automatic computer engine and things like that. So it is using which was first designed for, makes sense, so I'll accept it. Similarly, I can go for executive, I can go for scholar, I can go for perfectionist, or what I can also do is basically I can create a voice of my own, right? So I have created a voice of my own, which I call the vibe check, right? And this is basically to communicate in a Gen Z kind of lingo, right? And how did I create that? So I went here, so I can see that, we have this create a voice option. And then I asked ChatGPT the same thing, right? Either I can write it out myself, but what I prefer to do is, have a Gen AI first approach where I know what needs to be done. And then first I see whether Gen AI can do it. So I'll go and explain what I'm trying to do here. Right. So what I'm saying is first, I'm trying to create a voice for Humanizer and Grammarly. Can you please check online for documentation on how to do this? So what we'll do first is basically it's going to go online, right? Try to find information. So this time we did not use search. So I'll insist. So there is no official documentation. Currently documented, current Humanizer, personal use, so on and so forth. So now I can explain what I'm trying to do here. So I'll say, I want to create a voice to appeal to Gen Z, right? And you give me a name and style reference for the voice. Please put name and style reference. Right. So I'm saying, I want to create a voice to appeal to Gen Z. Can you please give me a name and style reference for this voice? Please put the name and style reference in separate code blocks, right? So when I say code blocks, these are code blocks. And the reason I like code blocks is it makes copying very easy, right? So I'll name it white check 2. And this is the style reference, less than 200 words, right? It is more than 200 words actually. So I would say and I'll also add this note here that we have. Right, so I write with high energy, humor, and authenticity, like chatting with a close friends in a group chat. My style is casual and approachable, filled with internet slang, emojis, references that keep things light and relatable. Then if we go down here, exclamation, I keep sentences short and punchy, often breaking them up for dramatic effect. Exclamation points, all caps for emphasis, emojis are all fair game. So this looks pretty much okay. So now I have created a voice and I'm going to click on it. As you can see, add hype, slang, and punchiness, inject humor, meme, or casual tone. So the recommendation change based on what voice I'm choosing. So a good way to do this would be, let's think of our target personas, and based on what kind of personas we are going to be talking using this article, whether it's going to be in research journal, whether it's going to go on Medium, whether it's going to go on LinkedIn, or whether it's going to go in our blog post. Depending on that, we can create different target personas and basically get recommendations on them, right? Uh, and like I said, most of the features are available only in Pro. But if you want, basically you can get ChatGPT to help you with that, right? So this is humanize. Again, we have paraphraser, which is pretty similar, as you can see, right? So if I go and click on vibe check 2 again, it is going to give me suggestions, right? So it's like, Ian Mattison Turing. So, and the recommendation it has is that, Alan Turing, aka the OG computer scientist legend, was out here inventing the whole vibe of modern computing and AI before it was cool. He basically said, what if machine could think? So this is a totally different tone to communicate the exact same idea. So that is what paraphrasing can do. Now we have expert reviewers. So what extra reviewers do is basically, this is again an AI powered feature. So let's choose which expert we are going to use here. So if when we see, okay, reading your text, finding experts to review your piece, taking inspiration from William Strunk Jr., using concepts from Steven Pinker, right? So now the question is, who are these people, right? What does it mean taking inspiration from William Strunk Jr.? So if we Google him, so basically he is author of a book called The Elements of Style. And this element of style basically talks about how do you write an article, right? Elements of elementary rules of usage, use the active voice, put statements in positive form, omit needless words, avoid a succession of new sentences, express coordinated ideas. So basically, it uses the concepts that this person has come up with and reviews the article based on them by using them as guidelines. And if there are any recommendations that it comes up with, basically, it makes suggestions based on that. So we can see, so it's like this one. So it's open with a vivid narrative spark. Similarly, if you want to basically find any other experts in this area, you can have a look at them. So artificial and machine intelligence, these are some of the other experts. So Geoffrey Hinton is the person who got Nobel Prize for neural networks, right? So it can even do like, okay, what would Geoffrey Hinton say if I show this paragraph to him? What suggestions will they make based on the content that they have published or based on the guidelines they have published? So it is kind of like, basically, I can create this virtual avatar of any person I want and basically submit my article to them and ask them to review and make suggestions, right? And like I said, what it needs is data. So similarly, for example, we saw the element of styles is something which is available from William Struck. So similarly, you might have best practices for a particular research paper. You might have like specific best practices for submitting to a one particular journal. Even they might have some reference documents on what to do and what not to do, right? So basically, we can provide all that content in a manner like this. And similarly, we can also create this in ChatGPT. We can just say you are an expert reviewer whose name is this, and these are the basic guidelines that you need to follow. Provide the entire guidelines to them, and then say that, hey, going forward, I'm going to provide you with my article, and you're going to make suggestions based on what you know, right? We'll have a look. We'll look at an example of that as well. So this can come pretty handy, right? The expert reviewer and the paraphraser tools. Because depending on our target audience, we can completely change how our article looks. But again, the point is, if we do this to the entire article will turn into an AI generated article, right? So that is something that we have to be wary about. The next feature we have is the reader reaction, which is kind of like, if somebody reads it, what are the key points that they will take home? Right? So for example, if a high school student reads this, they'll be like, okay, Alan Turing invented the concept of Turing machine. He helped break the Enigma code. Turing faced persecution, but is now celebrated for his contribution. These would be the three key things that they will take home, right? And high school students might also ask, this can basically help us decide whether there is more content that we want to put into this article, right? So they might ask, what exactly is Turing machine and how does it work? How did the Bombay machine actually break the Enigma code? What is Turing test and how is it used today? Right? So those kind of things. And the best part is basically we can change it, right? So we can give it for general audience, course instructors, STEM club members, or museum visitors, right? So I'll say general reader. Let's recheck, right? And basically, I don't think we have an option to provide custom ones, but I think these are pretty comprehensive. The next one is Citation Finder. But I would say if you are using Citation Finder, there are better tools for it that we'll discuss in the second half. This might not really be, I would say, this is not really the industry standard in this space. But what it does is basically it tries to search for each and every sentence and sees that, whether there's a similar sentence being found somewhere else, right? And then tries to provide citation for them. So it says supported. So these are the papers or the articles or chapters which basically support my article, debate, contradiction, so on and so forth, right? We also have this AI grader, right? So what we can do is we can provide it a rubric. So for example, let's say there is certain rubric that it needs to follow. So we can provide it. Or what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the basic guidelines. So based on the basic guidelines, it is going to evaluate this article. Right, organize and structure, signal organizational roadmap, clarify the structure of the essay by previewing the major sections. Right, so that is one of the things. It has also given me a score, a 91 out of 100. And your instructor may say your essay shines through its comprehensive coverage of Alan Turing's life and work, as you used a well-chosen example, right? But one opportunity could be to add smoother and more explicit transition between sections, which could help the structure feel more seamless and guide reader more clearly through the essay progression, right? So, and it has made some suggestions like content accuracy and depth, expand on the significance of persecution, conclusion, right? Add specific examples to conclusion, and the organization structure. So it can make some more suggestions to me. And like I have mentioned before, generally, if I'm using Grammarly now, it's mainly to get ideas around these things, right? Okay, to improve my structure, what are the changes that I need to make? So on and so forth. And again, plagiarism checker is something which does not work in the free version. But I think this gives you a good idea about what is possible using it. So I would say Grammarly used to be this really powerful tool before ChatGPT came out. But I would say the first subscription that I canceled after generative AI came out was my Grammarly subscription, because I felt like it has become a little redundant. And basically, whatever we are doing here is something which can also be done using ChatGPT. So let me also give you an example of that, right? So in the deck, I have created a couple of examples. And since you will have access to the deck, you can have a look at them as well. So let's look at the first example. So here is the prompt which I had written. Can you check online and tell me what is the best practice for writing for medium.com? This is something similar to what I did previously, right? Check on the best practices for how do you create a voice. So what this does is basically it enables ChatGPT to go online and fetch relevant information on this particular topic, right? What's happening in the space as of right now. And once I have this information, the next prompt that I provide is evaluate the given article based on the above or the above information. Present your edits and recommendation in a table format. First column can be recommendation or changes. Second column, the original text. And the third column will be the modified text. And then I have provided it the entire article. And now when I get a response, so basically I get a response in this format. So it becomes very easy for me to see exactly what changes it has recommended. So for example, it says that, strengthen headline by clarifying and reader engagement. Medium favors strong, curious, curiosity-driven, but accurate titles. So rather than saying Alan Turing, the father of modern computing, it says that, you should title it as Alan Turing, the father of modern computing and artificial intelligence. Improve introduction with the hook. Shorter, more engaging, set context quickly, right? So this is what I had written, and this is the revised one. So I can pick and choose. here, where I think, okay, this recommendation makes sense. This looks good to me. So I can just pick and choose from there, but I'll have to still do that work manually. The advantage of having pro version for something like Grammarly is this can happen seamlessly. And if I write a lot of articles, it might make sense for me to get a Grammarly subscription, right? But if I'm doing it once in a while, this approach, in my opinion, works slightly better. So it has even gone ahead and said that, add visuals and multimedia suggestions. So currently we have no images. Add a header image of Turing or the Bombay machine, embedded timeline graphics for visual engagement. And since Medium allows me to provide tags, it has also given me some tags which I can use, right? Then next I've said, I can even say that, okay, can you just include this particular change, or can you just include this particular change? So I can even tell that kind of instruction, and it is going to write an article for me. So here what I've done is, can you make these changes to the original article and give it to me in a code block? And it has made those changes. And I can say selectively that, hey, don't give me tags, don't give me visuals, just make these 3 changes that you have recommended. It follows those instructions. And this is one way that we can get Grammarly-like features within ChatGPT. The second example I have is for editing for grammar and style. So if we see, again, this one has a couple of mistakes. So I have just put a simple prompt. Can you evaluate the article below for grammar and style? Present your recommendation in a table format. Again, first column is the recommendation. Second is basically the original text, and the third is the modified text. So it makes, it is British mathematician. So it has fixed it with British mathematicians, right? So it has made all the necessary changes for me. Problem solving has an issue here. So, okay, it has replaced that problem solving with problem solving. Logistician is wrong. So it has changed it to logician, right? So it has made all the same changes here. So for a short article like this, maybe you can do it in one go, like I have done. But let's say you have an article which runs into multiple pages, has multiple chapters or multiple sections. It might make sense to do it one by one, one section by one section, or like one chapter by one chapter. Right, and you will have access to these prompts. These prompts are available by clicking the links that I have provided. Right. Writing for a specific style or tone, like how we were doing using the voice. So what are the stylistic choices? What are the stylistic choices for a New Yorker article? So basically this is recommended that, in a New Yorker, the tone is sophisticated, authoritarian, authorial presence, nuanced and layered, right? It's narrative driven, it is long form, it is slow build. Language and style is elegant, precise prose, literature technique, parentheses and digressions, right? So it has basically summed what stylistic choices the New Yorker makes, right? Okay. And then basically I have asked it to do the same thing. Can you write the article below in the style of New Yorker article? After writing an article, provide me with a detailed list of changes made. So this is the other way that you can do if you don't like the tabular format. So it has made all the changes, written a fresh article for us with the same heading, and now it is going to tell us what are the changes it is going to make here, right? So it is like, okay, original title was Alan Turing, the father of modern computing. New Yorker style would be Alan Turing, who dreamed in machines, right? So original was factual introduction with dates and roles. New opens with narrative vignette, right? Blends biography with atmosphere. So let's have a look at it. So on a gray June morning in 1912, a boy was born, right? So this is a very different article than what we started with. And the only change we have done is basically provided some stylistic choices. This is how the article should be modified. And again, it need not be that, you have to explicitly say that, it needs to be formal, it needs to have short sentences. We can also take references, right? Okay, we can talk about newspaper styles, we can talk about journal styles, we can talk about any specific author that we might be interested in, right? So we can say, okay, similar to this particular author, so on and so forth. The last one, I think this did not work out properly. So let me show you what I'm trying to do here. So first thing I'm saying is, can you please turn on the canvas? So canvas is a feature within ChatGPT in which you can basically write and edit, right? So let's pick it up. So if you see, this is the canvas. So we can copy, edit, and download. I'll click on edit. And what I will do is I'll carry that, copy that entire article and bring it here, right? And then what I can do is I can say in the chat, tell me grammatical and stylistic issues in this article, right? I would say not in the, tell me about the grammatical and stylistic issues in this article as comments. And when I hit enter, what it will do is basically it will start populating its recommendation, but as comments, right? So the first one is Alan Turing, the father of modern computing. The opening line of the introduction has typo, right? Okay, Alan rather than ALN. Okay, this one, sorry, Alan, right? The article sometimes sandwiched between computer science and computing. 1 second, let me, yeah. Some stylistic variations could improve flow currently. So it has made some suggestions. And what I can do is basically I can look at these suggestions. And for example, if I like any of the suggestions, I can just hit apply. And then it will go and implement the suggestion for me, right? So we saw it was Ian rather than Alan, or LAN. So now it has fixed Alan. And similarly, we can keep asking it for recommendations on a particular thing. It will keep adding comments, or even we can add comments, right? So for example, I can say, so basically it can just follow instructions. All I have to do is go select and then say whether I want to change it in this manner. And if I want to make changes or take some actions for the overall documents, I can come here and talk about it. You know, for example, Gen Z kind of voice, let's say. So then it can go and basically make the necessary changes for us. So like I said, if you're basically writing a lot of articles, it might make sense to use Grammarly. But if you're just looking for the features that Grammarly has, if basically we can articulate it in a manner that we can make AI understand what we're trying to do, basically ChatGPT can also help us do it. And I would say do explore this canvas feature, because this canvas feature is pretty powerful, right? We can write in it, we can edit it, I can even go ahead and type something if I want. So this is unlike just the chat part, right? Where basically every time I have to go to AI and tell it to do whatever I want it to do. But using it this way, I can put my point of view. Is there a limit on using ChatGPT? For Canvas, there is no limit as such, right? And I would say there is a limit on how much ChatGPT 5 you can use. I have the ChatGPT Plus, so I don't have that limit. But in the free version, there is like a limit on how much ChatGPT 5 you can use. But I would say even the old models, GPT-4o, they are pretty good at answering these ways, right? So what happens is generally after 5 or 10 messages in GPT-5, it goes back to GPT-4o. But I don't think that would really be an issue, because GPT-4o and GPT-4 are also very good models, specifically for writing. So it will not really impact much, right? So these are some of the ways that basically what you can do is use AI to improve your writing or create the first draft uh, for any article or for any research paper, right? And it pretty much does everything. So for example, even if you want to create a, a straw man which just has the outlines of the sections you're going to cover, that is also something that it can do pretty easily, right? And again, these things can also be used in Gemini, Claude, Perplexity. So if you want to see in Gemini, so Gemini also has a feature called Canvas, right? So right, so this is the Canvas again. Currently, it is in coding form. But then we can change it accordingly. But like I said, this is a little buggy, but ChatGPT, it works pretty seamlessly. Other one is Perplexity. So Perplexity doesn't have Canvas per se, but basically you can talk in the chat and do the same thing. Another one is Anthropic Claude. So, sir, we'll definitely discuss. That's a very good point. It is neither ethical and like it is, I would say in many cases, not even legal. But there are certain areas in research where AI is helpful. So I think we should talk about those aspects as well. So we'll have a look at it, right? So Claude is another AI. If you've all not used it, I would say please have a look at Claude as well. These are all quite powerful tools. So it's not just ChatGPT, but we have like a lot of other tools as well, right? So they have something called a style. They do not have a canvas per se. So canvas is something. So will the images and any form of multimedia. So my understanding is in the research space right now, the guidelines say that, until unless your research paper is exclusively about AI generated multimedia, ideally we should not be using AI generated multimedia in research papers. Again, there are two things to it. We can use AI to create diagrams, right? So there are tools like Napkin AI, and there are a couple of other tools which can basically help us create diagrams, right? So we have like mermaid charts, we have draw.io, which have some AI powered tools. So if we are creating diagrams using AI, that is still we can put it in our journal. But let's say I have a photo, and let's say that is a photo of Bangalore, but either it is upscaled using AI or whether it's modified using AI, then we should not be using it in research paper. So that is the general guidelines that we have for research right now when it comes to multimedia. Okay, so this is pretty much it about Grammarly. Please let me know if you have any questions on it before we move on to the next topic, because next topic is something completely different from what we have been discussing so far. I'll also review chat once in case we miss something. So we will discuss the issue of ethics and the legal restrictions in research writing. We'll also discuss like what tools are coming up so that we know that there are two faces to it. On one side, we are building these tools, which has made doing research easier than any time in the history. And on the second time, there are elements which are basically using these tools to just build content factories, and they're just publishing research papers. Because of which research journals have to, put their hand down and say, this is unacceptable, and this is how we expect you to behave, right? Okay. So yeah, so there are certain tools. This is a question from Dr. Kushi that the students are using PDF to show plagiarism standard tools, right? These tools keep on changing. So like I said, as the algorithms improve, these tools are also going to get better. So these tools are not foolproof, there are a lot of times when there's 0% AI generated content, also they say AI generated content. So they cannot be taken, their word, we cannot take their word on it. So generally, the best practice is find 5 or 6 AI tools. Like you can take Turn10, you can take, Quillbot, you can take a couple of them. But what I would suggest is test an article on 2 to 3, these AI content detected tools. And if all of them say that, hey, there is very high AI content in this, only then I would say take some action or, take it at face value. Otherwise, basically, it is not very conclusive. We use Grammarly for each para to improve grammar, right? So how can we avoid AI generated content, even if paper is written by? So Akriti ma'am, that's why I was mentioning that one of the points that research journals are very particular about these days is that, they want us to disclose any AI we have used in writing that research article. So I think, in a cover letter or, as an appendix or, wherever you're writing about your research methodology, you also need to mention that, for writing this article, we had used Grammarly mainly for to fix grammatical mistakes. So it becomes very clear that, an AI generated tool was used, but it was not used to basically, write this entire research paper. Okay. So some tools that detect AI generated content, I would say Turnitin is basically the industry standard, which is coming up. If you're talking about free tools, generally Quillbot does a very good job, I have seen recently. But like I said, please don't trust these tools so much, right? Because they are just running an algorithm. They're like, there is no way to actually check whether whether a content is written by AI, right? So generally, what these tools do is they have some algorithm. For example, one of the algorithms to detect AI generated content is that generally AI writes all sentences of similar sizes. So it takes up all the sentences, see how long they are, and if they're in the same length or pretty much in the same range, then it says it's AI generated content. So these tools use, algorithms like this to find out whether they're AI generated content or not. So I would say use it to support, what conclusion you have reached. You think that, some student has not put in the effort and they have submitted a paper and it doesn't look like their paper. Yes, use it to see that, it's AI detected, that, it's AI generated content, and show them, key, see, I cannot accept this paper because it is AI generated. But I would like, in the legal parlance, if I say that, I checked it on Quillbot and Quillbot said, your this thing has 50% AI generated content, that's why I'll not accept it, that is not going to hold in court, because these algorithms are not checking for actual AI generated content, but just some algorithm which says that, they have very good way to find out whether something is AI generated. So that issue is there. People are working on it, but I think this is going to be an AI issues going forward. So what I suggest teachers to do is that, now I think it has become, it's a good practice that when a student turns in their assignment, they also submit a cover letter with it, in which they clearly state that, where they have used AI and for what, right? So that at least there is some amount of accountability that they're upfront about that, whether they use Grammarly, whether they used it for ideation, whether they used it to understand the concepts better. Okay. So if you use code for doing some statistics analysis and use only the research obtained from my publication, will it be acceptable? So this is acceptable, but from what I have read, one of the things that research generally talk about is that, you have to be also accountable for the analysis that you have done. And for example, let's say I'm not a developer or I'm not a Python coder, right? But I have got a ChatGPT to write a code for me. How will I validate that the analysis that the code has done is, exactly what I wanted? If I have that much understanding of the code that, I can look at the code and say, hey, this looks exactly what I had in mind, good enough. I can use it in research paper. There's no rule around it. but the onus of the quality of the research that I have done and the conclusions I'm making, that is still on me. It's not an AI. So if I'm like not comfortable with code at all, and I'm generating code and then doing my analysis on top of it, in my opinion, it basically adds, it could create bigger issues in the future. So I would say at least we should be comfortable enough that, we can read the code and understand that, that this code is doing exactly what we're doing, before we use it for research purposes. So how to judiciously use the AI tools for our original contributions to the community? So this is a very good question, sir. So one of the things that I tell everybody is that, whenever you are using an AI tool, basically, what I tell them is basically create an outline about how you're going to solve a particular problem, right? Because if I go to ChatGPT and say that, help me create a plan to write a research paper in next 3 months, it can help me do that. As well as if I go and tell ChatGPT, write an article for me, which is 1,000 words long on this particular topic, it can also do that for me. So I would say whenever we are approaching any generative AI tool, it is a good idea to basically have in our head, what exactly I want to do, what approach I'm going to do, like what approach I'm going to take, and then what does the final output look like for me. So that if I have these things in mind, when I look at some content which is being generated by AI, rather than being wowed by it, basically I'm going to have a look at it and see whether it fulfills my purpose or not. And doing it this way, I am engaging my, critical thinking capacity, my analytical reasoning capacity, and all of them, rather than outsourcing all of them to ChatGPT as well. But like I said, this is an ongoing debate in the industry, and it is something for which we don't have a clear-cut answer, and I don't think it is that easy to arrive at this answer as well. Julius AI and R for data analytics for. So I would say this Julius AI and R for data analytics are pretty good tools. But what I would show is, how we can do data analysis using ChatGPT as well. Because there was a time when ChatGPT is pretty basic, and then people have built these tools, especially Julius AI, right? But today, ChatGPT can pretty much do most of the things that Julius AI can do. So we'll have a look at data analytics using ChatGPT. But like I said, you can explore Julius AI and R for data analytics, but these things can also be done using ChatGPT, and I'll show how it can be done. Okay. So we will move on to the next one, right? So Trello. How many of you have used Trello? Can you put a yes or a Y in the chat if you're familiar with this tool? Okay, great. I think most of the folks have not used it. Cool. So Trello is not an AI tool. Okay, let me be frank about it. But I think it's a very good introduction to tools, and then, basically how can we use tools for it. So it's a visual project management software. So generally, it's a Kanban board. If you're not familiar with Kanban board, I'll explain what a Kanban board is. So generally, what happens is in a corporate or in an institution environment, generally when we're working on a project, multiple people are involved in it, right? It is like, one, there are multiple steps involved. Two, there are multiple people involved. And generally, different people take care of ownership of different things. And then what we also have is we have different stages. So for example, let's say if I have to write a blog article, right? The first stage would be, I'll collect ideas that, on which I can write a blog article. Second stage might be, coming up with 4 or 5 bullet points that I'm going to cover in that article. Third step is going to be, write the first draft. Fourth step might be that, you send this draft to a friend or a colleague who's going to review it. Fifth draft is that, you have received the comments back, and then you're going to work on it further. And then the next step would be that, you publish it. The step after that might be you publish on social media. So that becomes kind of like a workflow that you have to follow, right? The same thing can be done for, publishing a research paper. Same thing can be said for conducting any kind of event. You can also basically do your travel planning on a Kanban board, right? So we can do a lot of things. It's a very versatile framework. Then Trello has these things called as power-ups. So basically, which can help us do automations. We'll have a look at it. And they have a little bit of AI assistance in it that also we'll see how we can use it. So this is what a Kanban board looks like. This is the most basic form of Kanban board, right? So you have to do, doing, and done. So for example, initially, all the sticky notes are going to be in to do. Then you move them one by one. And then once they're done, you move them to done. So this is generally how all the design agencies used to work. And this is very good to think about the project in a visual manner. But doing it manually, basically, we can only have sticky notes and we cannot do anything beyond it, right? But when we do it digitally, this becomes a very powerful tool. One, because we can visually see how much progress has been made or where we are in a particular project. We can have multiple people working on the same board at one time. So for example, if somebody is taking care of design, they can work on this one particular card and they can keep updating information in it. Somebody else might be working on content and they can just provide information on that content and in that particular task, so on and so forth, right? It is pretty flexible, as you can see, right? It is very easy to make, very easy to understand. And if we're using it digitally, basically, we can also go ahead and keep attaching documents to them. So for example, this learn about Kanban card in my laptop, I can attach all the articles that I have read about Kanban. And then this is going to have basically all the information for the future use as well. And yes, Miro is another very good tool. I would say Miro is much more powerful than what even Trello can do. But we chose Trello because Trello is a very good first tool to get your feet wet, right? If you've never worked with a workflow process before, I think Kanban is a very easy way to get into it. And like I said, all the big companies, Google, Amazon, anybody, right? So all of them use Kanban for their software development. We would have heard of this thing called as agile methodology used for software development. And one of the core things that they do in it is have a Kanban board. So let's have a look at it, right? So the URL for Trello is pretty simple. So we can go to Trello. If you have not used Trello, what I would suggest is at least do these certain steps along with me, right? So you can basically become comfortable using it and also evaluate or test drive this tool along with me and see whether it works for you. And other thing is, please try to replicate what I'm doing, because the next step that we are going to do, we will need these boards that we are creating right now, right? So Trello, capture, organize, and track your to-dos from anywhere, right? I will log out once, or I would just show you what the website looks like, right? So capture, organize, and tackle to-do list anywhere. So they have a mobile app as well as a desktop app. So they have an inbox, board, planner. Let's have a look at it. Yes, we can definitely use Kanban for project management of physical infrastructure. So originally, Kanban was created by Toyota, right, for their car manufacturing. So this is a concept which has come from hardware to software, right? So, and when you go into Trello, this is what you see. So these are some of the boards I have created. So you might see no board, or maybe this first board here, right? My Trello board. When we click on it, we can see a Kanban board opens for us, right? And we have different cards here, right? And we have a bunch of options here. So we have board, we have planner, right? Planner needs to be connected to calendar. This is not something we'll be covering right now. Then we have inbox. So the idea of inbox is, for example, anything that you might think you need to do, and you need to basically chalk down that idea somewhere. You can basically come to inbox and say that, maybe something like, what are the plans? Let's say it's a task I need to do. And then it will reside here. Later on, when I do my workflow, I can decide whether this is something I want to do today, whether it's something I want to do this week, or whether it is something I want to do later. So let's say I'll say this is something I want to do today. So inbox is a place where you just capture ideas, right? You don't think about categorizing them. You don't think about, where will it fall, which project will fall in, whether I can complete it right now, whether it's something I should be thinking about. The idea is just a brain dump. Whatever is bothering you, whatever is in your head right now, just add them to inbox. And then later on, you can see when you're going to plan and do them. So basically, you can move things around, right? So for example, let's say I like to keep everything in next up. So, okay, whatever things I want to do in next 3 days, let's keep them in next up. And then, okay, my today's focus is going to be on kickoff meeting. So once it is done, I can just click on the check mark and this task is done. Then I can pick another task, click on it and it's done. Assets and leads and lags for the project. So that is an advanced topic that is possible in this using automation. We will have a look at it. Similar use case on how we can track it, but that is something which is available here, right? So this is one part. The second part is basically there is a lot more information in the card just in the title. So how do we do that? Go and click on this card and we can see that it opens up. Again, we see a bunch of options called power-ups, automation, and comments. We can toggle them. So maybe we are not interested in comments right now, so we can toggle it. And we can see there are a bunch of these activities here, bunch of these things that we can do. So for example, one of the things I might want to do is add a checklist, right? So this checklist could be a bunch of items. So it could be things like, make a list of team members, let's say. And then email with meeting link. And then what I can also do is this is not just visible to me, but this would be visible to everybody, right? So even if I want to outsource this task to somebody, I can basically come here, put their name and add them as a member here, so that any update for this particular card, they will also receive, right? And then I can add checklist and I can complete the task here. So all of these things are there in this one particular card, right? And as you can see, it has added another tab for the number of tasks completed. Similarly, I can provide attachments, right? So these could be attachments, could be like the documents in your Google Drive. It could be links to website. It could pretty much be everything, right? And you can also attach files to this, right? So for example, let's say this module 5 is something I want to attach. So I can go ahead and do it. And that document is also going to remain here, right? I can change the name and everything. So this is the deck that I am covering today. So I've added it. And another thing that I can do is that, let's say I have worked on this project for this week and I'm only going to come back next week now. And I want to make any observation or any comment that I want, I can add that comment here, right? So this thing is going to remain here. So when there are multiple team members, if there is any discussion that people want to have, they can also have a discussion here, just like how we were having discussion in chat here, right? And this information basically remains in one place. If we were using, I would say something like, emails, there is so much back and forth that, it is very difficult to keep the project on track or get a holistic picture of where we are in a particular project. But by using something like a Kanban board, these kind of things become very easy, right? And then what I can also do is basically, there is this option called watch, right? So watch. So when I click on watch, anytime there is an update on this particular card from any of my team members, basically I get an update. So for example, if I'm somebody like a project manager and there's a critical task and I need to know when it has moved from one step to another, I can just watch it. Or I can even add other people to this card and make sure that they are also receiving those kind of notifications. So like I said, this is the most basic form of Kanban we can have, right? I would say even this is not required. So it's like just today, this week, later. I would say this is the first Kanban board I started with, right? Just to keep a track of my tasks. But what we can end up doing is we can create entire workflows. So for example, this is a workflow that I have created for, let's say, in my company, we have to publish a blog article every week, let's say, right? So first I have resources. So basically, it provides all the relevant information that somebody might be interested in from my team. So it's like, weekly blog, what is the idea, workflow. It starts from ideation. So this is something which is like a standard operating procedure, which I have here. So anybody who wants, they can read the guidelines, right? And then I have a bunch of ideas in different stages, right? So it's like the first stage is idea or backlog. Then it goes to this week, what we're going to be working on this week, and how many of them are in drafting stage, how many of them are in editing and SEO, how many of them are ready to publish, how many are published, and how much are in promotion and repurpose stage. So it becomes very easy for me to see where each and everything is. And if I have multiple people working on in each and every tag, basically I can even see who is working on a particular topic. So this is a simple one I had created just to show everything that we have. So here I have also added some comments, right? So it's like consider SEO keyword as this. So when I work on this particular task, all the information is handy for me. I can also add a due date, right? I can add a start date. I can add a due date. I can even set reminders that, 5 minutes before this task, send me a reminder. So let's say it is going to be, what is the time now? So let's say something like 350 or 343, and we'll change it to at the time of due date, right? So it generally, if you have the mobile app handy, it also sends a notification to you, just like any standard notification that you get on mobile phone. So basically, you can even send notifications and remind yourself of a particular task that you might have, right? So rather than just third-party apps sending you notifications for their marketing materials, basically you can also increase your productivity by building these systems where you are using technology to remind yourself of what you need to work on next, right? Okay. And another thing that you can do is, for example, here in this article, if we see, I have written, best prompt patterns for customer support chatbot. There is just a label and nothing else. But let's say when I move this to edit and SEO, I want to add a checklist to this, right? A checklist which basically adds what are the things that I want to do to this. So when I moved it from drafting to edit and SEO, you can see it has added a checklist of things that I should do. It's an edit and SEO checklist, review grammar, spelling, optimize heading, add 2 to 3 lines of links, write a metadata, add alt text. So all of these things got added automatically. Let me show you again, right? So it was in drafting stage. So let's say we have finished writing our draft and then we're sending it for edit and SEO. So when we move it to SEO, basically it adds a checklist all by itself. And how is this working? It is working using something called as automations that we were discussing. So I have created a very simple rule here. And if we see what this rule is, it is very easy to read as well, right? And that is the beauty of it. And I'll show you how I created this. So what is the trigger? When should this rule execute, right? When a card is moved into the list called edit and SEO by anyone, add the edit and SEO checklist from template card to this card. That's it. That is what the action is. And if you're talking about, what is this edit and SEO checklist and what is this template card, this is basically coming from here on the left-hand side, which I have created. So I had created a checklist here called edit and SEO checklist. And I'm saying copy this checklist to a card when I move it to edit and SEO. Now the question comes, how did I do it? So I went to rules, right? I can create an automation and then I can add a trigger. And here I have a bunch of options. So it is like, when a card is moved, when a card is changed, when on particular date, in checklist, cards, fields. These are all the different things you can do. So let's say we'll work with card is moved, right? Yes, so ma'am, that's what I'm explaining, automation. So the use case is pretty simple, that let's say when I'm moving something from, let's say, drafting to edit SEO, we'll have a look at it. So right now there is no checklist in this card. But my workflow says that, I also want to, like, I have standard operating procedures for each and every one. Let's just assume. And I want to add a checklist of items that people need to do at each and every stage. So for example, let's say in drafting stage, they have to draft an article. And once they're finished with the draft, they have to send it to somebody else who takes care of edit and SEO. So what I do is when I add it here, it takes some time, but what it should ideally do is it should add this checklist items to it, right? And this checklist items gives a very good starting point for the next person about what are the things that they need to do with this particular piece of information, right? So this is one example of automation. So how do we do that? So we do this using this lightning bolt icon that we can see here. It is called automation, right? So we can see there is this my user photo. Then we have power-ups, right? Power-ups we'll discuss a little bit later. And the next button that we have is called automations. So I'll click on automation, go to rules. And these are the rules which I have already built, right? But I will show you by creating a new automation about how this was done, right? So I'll do create automation, add trigger. So trigger is when should this rule be run? That is what the trigger means. So we are saying our trigger is on card move. So let's say if anything is moved in a particular list, that is when this particular rule should get executed. So when the card is added to the board, no. When the card is added to the list, yes. That is what we want to do. When the card is added to a list, let's say edit an SEO by me, by anyone, right? So I'll say by anyone. This board only has me, so it doesn't really make sense. But by anyone means whenever a card is moved to this particular list called edit and SEO, this rule will get triggered. So let me click on plus. So now we can see trigger is when a card is added to the list, edit and SEO by anyone, do what, right? So what I would like to do is basically add a checklist. So I would say add the checklist. So what is the checklist name? Again, I'll have to go back. So this is where, so on the left-hand side, in the first column, in the resources, you can see I have created a template card. In this template card, basically, I'm adding everything which I might need to refer to. So here I have a checklist called Edit and SEO checklist, and there are a bunch of items. So what I'll do is I'll create a new checklist, let's say, right? And this I'll say post SEO checklist. Right? I would say register this article on Google. Let's say just a simple step, just so that we can see. So the name of the checklist is post SEO checklist. So add the post SEO checklist, right? From card. What is this card called? This card is called template card, right? Template card is here. From template card. Rename to, we don't need to rename it, so that is not required. And then I'm going to go and click on this plus. So if we go and read this, it will become like when a card is added to list edit and SEO by anyone, add the post SEO checklist from card template to this card, right? And when I do save, this rule should be saved somewhere, right? When the card is added to the list edit and SEO by anyone, add the post SEO checklist from card template to the card, right? So now if I move this card here, ideally there should be two checklists. one should be our old checklist, and one should be the new checklist that we have created. So it has edit and SEO checklist. It has post SEO checklist. Similarly, we can do a lot of things in automation. So for example, this is like a very basic use case, right? But if you see, you get a lot of ideas from here as well, right? You can get suggestions also for automation, right? Set due date to today, add the post SEO checklist to the card, move the card to the list, remove this thing. What we can also do is we can add people to a particular card. So for example, I might want, like, let's say when this card is moved from to drafting, I might want editor to get involved. So what I might want to do is basically go and add editor also as a member, right? So that they are aware that, you know, this particular card needs their attention. So like I said, this is mainly for a workflow purposes, but this is, I would say, the simplest workforce management app that I have seen. It is great for personal productivity. It is great for keeping focus on long-term projects, which might take couple of weeks to couple of months. I have also used Trello to basically do my travel planning, right? You know, all the boarding passes, all the itineraries, everything is in one place. It's a very good tool for event planning. It's a very good tool for organizing events such as this, right? You know, where there's so many different participants involved. It's a very good tool if you want to basically, you know, write a thesis for students. So it's like you can provide them a framework that, you know, hey, to write a thesis, these are the different stages that you go through. For each and every stage, these are the things that you need to do. So basically that entire idea or that entire workflow is something which can be basically put in a system like this, right? So that is the beauty of tools like this. So it's like, even if I come back to this tool next week, I will be able to get a very good idea about where I am in this particular project, right? Even if certain things have moved, I just know that, okay, this is where I was, things have moved here, so I can maybe move them to published and then basically get a very good idea quickly. Later on, we will also see that, you know, you might have a requirement that, you know, you are telling students or telling colleagues, say, send me ideas. You know, we are doing this event, send me your ideas. You can send it to me on an email, and then we can automatically add those ideas also in this list. We're going to have a look at those kind of automations as well. But right now, I just wanted to share that, you know, there are tools like Trello, which makes basically doing any project. These are not like project-specific projects, project-specific solutions. These are like general tools which can be customized for whatever you're trying to do, right? And these tools really come in handy when you're doing longer projects, right? For something which might take only 1 or 2 days, maybe even a week, this tool might not be very handy. But when you need to keep tabs on your project, which might, you know, span weeks or months or years, basically this is a very good place to keep sense on it. Along with that, they have tons of templates. They have like crazy amount of templates that you can look at, right? People create their templates, new templates all the time. So we can see, you know, new hiring, onboarding, better work habit challenge, you know, lean canvas principles if you want to invent design system checklist. And if you want to go and look at engineering, remote class templates, academic literature review, teaching weekly planning, learn a language, planning your studies, project-based learning, they have a template for each and every one of them. So let's have a look at this e-course workflow. So there are resources, planning and strategy, branding, create, sales system, launching, student relations. And they have also put information like, you know, hey, what do these labels mean? Right? They have put some information here, you know, what is the progress report? It has a checklist that we can look at, so on and so forth. And if I want this template, all I have to do is go and click on use template. And we can see it has added another card for this board. And we can see we have all of the things here. So again, for example, even for your accreditation, you might have like requirement where you have to do a set of tasks every year. So you can create a standard operating procedure once, create like a project outline using this, and then it is something which can be used by all the different teams and can be used repeatedly. right? Similarly, you might be holding a college fest, you might be hosting an event, you might be even managing a classroom, right? How many people have submitted the assignment? Where are they in their stage of writing a thesis? Which are the different groups? What are they working on? For all that information, a tool like this can really come in handy, right? And like I said, you can have a look at these templates. Generally, templates are a very good place to get ideas on how we can use it, right? So if we look at engineering, web development, bug tracker, game development, Kanban dev board. If you look at education, like we just did, there are a lot of those things. It's syllabus template for a team. So sir, this works as boards. So what you have to do is you create a workspace. I think in the free version, you will get only one workspace. And in the workspace, you can add members, right? So you can either create a link and send it to everybody, or you can basically add their emails here and they will get a invite for it. So this is for workspace. So as you can see in this work, this is the entire workspace we have. So anybody who is in this workspace will get access to all of these different boards. Other thing is you can also go and share it with people, just of one particular board if you want, right? You can also create a link and share it with people so that they can also join. Any other questions? Okay. So that is Trello. So like I said, Trello is a very powerful tool. I discovered it like almost a decade back now. So Trello is not a freeware, but they have a free tier. So as you can see, let me show you in billing. So when you start, you basically start with the trial, premium trial, which is I am on right now. The Trello standard is for $5, and they have a free plan as well, right? So free plan capture everything, right? So they have pretty much everything that you might need is there in free tier. Unlimited cards, quick capture, inbox, planner, right? Quick capture powered by AI, planner view. So mobile app has all the features, right? Let me just show you the mobile app as well. So this is what it looks like in mobile app, right? So what you can do is in your mobile app, generally what I do is I use inbox the most. So whenever you have some idea, let me just go to the Trello board so we can see it happen, get updated in the same instant, right? So this is the one that I had created. We can see inbox here, right? Inbox. So we can see there are no cards in the inbox right now. What I'll do is basically, I'll show you the mobile screen. So, and what we can do here is go ahead and add things like, okay, I need to type. So this would be like, so I'm going to make the changes in mobile, right? I'm making the changes in mobile. So I have added a task here and the same thing gets updated in my laptop as well. And if I have 10 members on the same team, on the same board working together, then everybody will not get this update. This inbox is for me personally, but when I move it here, they will get access to this card instantaneously, right? And if they make any changes, I will also be able to see it instantaneously. So mobile app has pretty much all the features. As you can see, it looks slightly different, right? So basically I can go in my board. I can see that, all the things look pretty much the same. I can scroll and see even these things. I can add checklist, I can add attachments, members, any custom field I might want. I can even go and add comments. So everything is available to me in the mobile phone as well. And the good thing about this is, if you remember, we had sent a notification some time back. So those notifications appear here, right? So I think notification was sent. Only one of the board is not updated. Let me see if refreshing helps. Yeah. So the new board is also updated now. So it's pretty much the same features, works pretty seamlessly between devices and across individuals as well. Okay. I hope you found this tool useful. I know this is not really AI powered tool, but we'll see like how this can help with the AI applications in some time. But this is like one of the examples of what we call as workflow tools, right? Another great tool for this is Notion. So Miro is definitely a good example, but recently what I have found is Notion is something which basically does the same thing and lot more things, and it works pretty seamlessly. So if you want to know more about Notion, please let me know if you have used Notion before. You can type yes or Y in the chat. No, okay. So again, Notion is another tool that basically, if colleges reach out to Notion, they give a very good deal on it. It's not a free tool, so to say, but their free tier is amazing. Like it has pretty much everything. When you pay, you just get unlimited of everything, right? So free for individual use, basic form, site, almost pretty much everything. Only thing is in the premium version, you get more of the same things. Only thing that you don't get in free is their AI version, and their AI is actually quite powerful, right? We'll see whether we can have a look at it if I have some trials left, right? But for a project management kind of work, they do a very good job. The idea behind Notion is, can we make basically building any kind of thing easier for people, right? So it is kind of like a notebook, but again, we can create Kanban boards, we can create tables, we can create databases, we can create systems very easily, right? So when you create Notion, this is the page you see. So this is like a simple checklist that you can check off, right? Then what you can also do is basically create a new page. You have a lot of different templates to choose from, right? Or you can create your own also. You can also create using AI. So for example, let's say I want to build a system of all the books, of all the research papers, let's say. So as we can see, it's doing multiple things. It's creating the database, adding different properties, which are kind of like what are the columns called, different views. So for example, how do we want to look at this particular database? So for example, in this case, this is a view. This is basically a Kanban view, right? We can also see it as a table, the same database, or the same list of cards. We can also see it in a calendar if you want, right? If we have put due dates, then they show up for the corresponding items. We can also have a timeline, or we can also have map. We have not used these, so it will not show up. We can also create dashboards, right? And this is, I think, something, this is a question that was being asked. Can we also see, how, how fast or slow the project is going? So basically, it kind of gives us an insight about what is happening in this particular board, and we can add other things as well. So similarly, Notion also has different views. And it has created a database for me, and it's saying that, customize research papers, select features to add on or off. So authors, yeah, definitely good idea. Publication, maybe it's not required for my case. Year is not required. Topic might not be required, or maybe I can keep topic. URL is something which is good to have. Notes are not required because I'll add notes within the pages. So what it is going to do is when I'm going to hit, so it is going to basically have four columns. Sorry, one is going to be title, attention is all you need, authors, reading status, what are the different topics, and what is the priority list, right? And what is the corresponding URL. Now there are different views, right? So there is topic explorer, there's view by priority, there's a reading board, right? So this is the reading board, this is the list. So I'm going to click on done. And this is what I get. So this is a database of all the research papers that I might be interested in now, right? So attention is all you need. Ashish Vaswani, the seminal paper which made generative AI possible, right? Status. So for the status, I can look at the reading board. So to do, in progress, and completed. Same concept. I can move things around, right? I can go and make observations here, right? So one of the good things I like about this is the now tag. So when I'm making notes, I always like to timestamp them. So I can say, I can make my observations here, right? So for example, let's say I want to make a comment. The T in GPT comes from this research paper, let's say, right? And that's pretty much about it. And then I can go on and basically I can come back later and track changes. What I can also do is basically I can send reminders to myself. So I can say, remind me today at, what is the time right now? 4:08, right? So I would say, remind me today at 4:08 p.m. So let's say, what is this? Just that is a reminder, and I'll just turn it off. And if we go back to my mobile screen, so it is 4:08. So ideally, I should have got a notification. As you can see on the mobile screen, if we see, I think when I'm sharing, it is not going to show you the content, but I just received a notification from Notion. And if I click on it, attention is all you need. This is the notification which got triggered. So if I want to set reminders for myself for a particular project, right, and I want to get notified for it, basically I can send notifications myself. Similarly, if you're working with a team, basically you can add other people to your team space, right? Obviously, the free tier has certain limits there. But this is another way to basically build a project management tool pretty easily. And this uses AI extensively, right? So for example, they have this AI feature also. So if you remember, I had made a comment here, the T in GPT comes from this paper. So this paper is basically about transformers, and the chat GPT, the GPT stands for generative pre-trained transformers. So the concept of transformer, or the architecture that ChatGPT uses, was basically introduced in this paper. So now let's say I'm somewhere else, and it has been like a few months now. I don't know what I had worked on, what notes I had made, right? So what I can say is I can go here and say, see, so based on the search results, I can see you have a research paper titled Attention is All You Need in Your Workspace. And there's a note that the T in GPT comes from this research paper. It has given me a reference link. So basically what I can do is, this is a concept that we call a second brain. So basically I can use it as my note-taking app. If I'm doing a research, I can collect all that information and keep it in something like Notion. And later on, when I have any doubts or when I need to refer to something, rather than shuffling through the pages or going through and looking through the folders about where did I keep that particular research paper that I'm not able to recall right now, I can simply go to the Notion AI and then vaguely tell it what am I looking for. And then basically it is going to answer that question based on the notes that I have taken in the past, right? Or the things that I have noted down in this particular app and this workflow. So it becomes very easy for me to do knowledge discovery. And this is basically the knowledge which I had discovered before, but I'm not able to, recall it instantly. So that is the concept of second brain, that, the brain is there to have ideas, not to hold them, and not to hold list or long knowledges. For that, computers do a better job. So we can build a system like that in Notion and basically have all our knowledge sitting here, right? Please zoom out of the page. Okay. Yeah, I'll zoom in. Yeah. So these are like some of the tools that I thought we'll discuss. Next, we'll discuss Zapier, right? But I think let's take a quick break. Maybe we can take a 5 minutes break and come back. Give me a thumbs up if that's okay. Okay. So I think what we can do is we can come back at around 4:20, and then we can resume with the rest of the session. Does that sound good, Aditi? No, I think she is not around. So let's do one thing. We'll connect back at 4:20, right? And then we'll continue with Zapier. In the meantime, if you have any questions, please do drop them in the chat. Once we come back, we can have a look at them.
Dear participants, 10 minutes late. The session will resume in 4:25 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome back. Please give me a thumbs up if you are around, so that we can make sure that there are enough people to get started. Great. Let me share my screen. Okay. I hope you found it useful. I know the thing is, Trello and Notion. Trello is not really an AI tool, but like I said, it introduces us to basically tools which can help us boost productivity by having kind of like a workflow management, right? And basically, we can take our long-term projects, or especially the projects which involve multiple people, and get all of them onboarded. Right, so it does a very good job of it, and it makes sure that all the people in the team are on the same page. So it really helps out with that. Next, what we are going to do is we are going to look at Zapier, right? So Notion, we saw that it's a tool which is very well encapsulated within Notion or like Trello, that they offer very limited things. But Zapier is slightly different. What Zapier does is basically they have built these integrations between 8,000 plus applications, right? So what are these 8,000 plus applications? These are applications like Google Calendar, Google Drive, right? Gmail, maybe your Microsoft inbox, Teams, Slack, WhatsApp, Instagram, lots of things. So these are like 8,000 plus apps. So, but what happens is a lot of times when one thing happens, we want something else to happen in a different app. To give you an example, let's say at the end of every session, I share a Google form with students where basically they can ask any question. So now what happens is when they fill up this form with their question, basically this goes and sits in in the Google Drive somewhere. But what I might want to do is basically whatever question they have asked, I may want it to add to Trello, right? Similarly, let's say I'm going to do a course and I'm receiving a lot of emails from people who want to know more about the course, right? And it is very difficult for me to sit down and write in person for each and every mail. So is it possible for me to, using generative AI, like, what ChatGPT uses, using Gmail for receiving and sending email? Is it possible for me to build a tool that, using Gmail, I get the message, using ChatGPT, I write the email and then send it back to the person who wrote, who had basically asked that particular question. So is it possible for me to do those kind of things? So Zapier enables those kind of things. Again, Zapier is the golden standard of doing things like this, but there are multiple tools in the market. Again, Zapier has a free tier and a paid tier. Their free tier is quite limited. Basically, we can automate only 2 steps, not more than that, and we can have a look at it. And then we can even put conditional logics here that, if this is what is happening, then do that. If this is happening, do that, those kind of things. And then, like I said, we can also have AI powered automation. Like, we can integrate with ChatGPT and get ChatGPT to do something for us and then send it back as an email or put it in Trello or whatever. So let's have a look at it. I have a couple of use cases that I can demo to you. So this is what Zapier's website looks like, right? Again, like I said, these I would say are very advanced tools, right? And rather than tools like ChatGPT, where we ask a question and basically AI gives a response, these are automation tools where they do things for us, which we have to, like, let's say there is some task that you have to do 100 times in a week or 100 times in a month, right? And then what you want to do is basically every time you have to do something same or something similar. Or another way to look at this is basically these tasks are something that you are thinking it is good if I had a personal assistant or an intern or a TA helping me out with this task, because this task is not that complicated, but it needs to be done regularly, right? So if you have those kind of tasks, those tasks can be automated very easily using tools like this. So how does this work? So let me go to the Zapier's website first to show you what it looks like. So you can see Zapier automate AI workflows, agents, and apps. We're not going to go through everything in this app because, like I said, it's a paid, most of this app is paid version, right? The most commonly AI orchestrated platform, right? And this is what it looks like. So, you're doing something, then you want to execute different paths, high priority, whatever. AI agents, AI chats you might want to build, tables you might want to have, interfaces you might will, canvases, right? And a lot of 8,000 plus apps, right? We'll have a look at them. They have 8,000 plus integrations. So anything you might want, like you're working with and you're thinking of connecting it with another application that you might have, search for it and most probably you'll find it, right? So for example, let's say OpenAI, which basically created ChatGPT. Yes, so OpenAI, they have integrated with, right? Now let's say Gmail. Have they integrated with Gmail? So Zapier lets you connect Gmail with thousands of most popular apps. So Gmail integration is also there. They pretty much have an integration with almost everything. Now we'll look at a very basic use case of how we can do this. So here is a use case that I have built, right? And we will recreate it if you want. But first, let's have a look at this. What the idea is. So the idea is, whenever I get some work related, how safe to integrate your email with Zapier. Yes, so that's an important question. How safe is it integrating your mail with Zapier? I would say it is pretty safe, right? Both of them, like Gmail and Zapier, are pretty reliable companies, and the integration is directly between Gmail and Zapier. So there is no third party which can basically come in and extract data or things like that, right? So it is pretty safe. And the good part about Zapier is basically we can do a lot of things that we will need a developer or a software developer to do for us. But here we can do those things without writing any line of codes, right? It's a pretty safe app, right? Until unless we are going and doing certain settings which Zapier doesn't want us to change, and we are still going and changing it. This is a pretty secure app, so to say, right? So now back to our use case. Is it open source or paid? So Zapier is a paid app. Okay. So if you are interested in pricing, like I said, we will only look at the free version, but Zapier is not a free app. So as you can see, the premium version is around 15.20 pounds. If we look it in INR, so it is around 1,800 per month, right? And I think this is annually. The monthly one, otherwise it becomes even more costly. We look at one more tool similar to this, right? And what does it allow? It allows for ultimate zaps, two-step zaps, and AI-powered power-ups. So these are three things we will have. I'll discuss what the zaps are in a minute, right? So this is the pricing. I don't use the premium version of this app. I use another one. I'll discuss that as well. But like I said, Zapier is the golden standard for automation in the industry right now. So this is a simple automation that I have created. The idea is that I want to operate my work life from my Trello board, right? So whenever I get like a new request, or let's say whenever I get a new work related email, I want it to show up in my Trello account. So either I can build system that, so let's see how I have built this system. So basically I have created this. How about Task Cafe? Task Cafe is something similar, but I would say Zapier is like at least 10 to 100 times more powerful than it, and it integrates with way more applications. So Zapier has this application called Email by Zapier, right? So what it does is basically it provides me an email address on which if I send any email, basically this automation workflow gets executed, right? So what is the app? Email by Zapier. What is the email? New inbound email. So every time Zapier receives a new email, this task is going to get triggered. So first is setup. Now I'll go to configure. So in configure, I have specified the email address that I want. So I have just put this Anurag here so that I can identify it. The rest of the thing is basically tagged by Zapier. So now the thing is, even if you send me an email on this email address, basically that email is going to show up in my Trello board. That is the idea. So what is the point of this automation that I'm building? One thing is in Gmail, there is another automation so that, if I receive email from certain people, it is directly forwarded to this email. That is one thing I can do. Second thing I can do is I can share an email like this with my team and tell them that, hey, whenever you have a blog idea or whatever, just send that idea to this particular address. Let's say this is the workflow I'm creating. This is not the only use case. I'm just showing like this is where the idea came from. This is where the need came from. And then we built an automation around it, right? And then we can test it. So when we create a new one, we can see that, how we can test it. And then next is after you have received an email, basically go to Trello, right? Go to Trello and create a card. And which account? The account I have pre-configured in this. When we click on Edit Zap, I can show you how it is done. We'll go through an entire process after this. So I just want to walk you through and show you what it is doing so that we are on the same page, right? So I have configured it for my Trello board, list is Trello starter guide. I think I've changed these boards. So we'll make some modifications. So my Trello board, which is basically this board, and it had a list called Trello Starter Guide previously, which I have removed. So I will change it to Next Up, right? So we can see there is a column called Next Up. So anytime somebody, and anytime they receive an email, basically it is going to go to Next Up. And then what should be the name of the card? So I have said name of the card should be same as the subject of the email, and the description of the card should come from the body, right? And pretty much it. And then I'm saying that, in members, you add me. The start date, you keep it as the date on which you have received this email. And if there is any attachment, you also include that attachment from the email in this particular card, right? And continue. That's pretty much it, right? Then it is going to test it. And then what I can do is, I can test it out. There is no email, so we need to send an email first. So let me get the email address. I'll go to my Gmail account. I'll compose a new email, right? And I'll say, this is a test card. This will show up in description in my Trello board, let's say, and send. So let's have a look whether the email is sent. The email is sent. So let's have a look. This setup is working fine. So I'm just testing it to show you like how it works. So I have sent an email there, as you can see. The subject of the email is this is a test card, and the body of the email is this will show up in the description of the Trello board. So as we can see here, we have got two updates. This is the latest one, right? So we can see, okay, this email was from Anurag Kumar, correct? And then there's a lot of other information, right? This is a test card, which is the subject, right? Similarly, there will be a body somewhere, which is going to contain the body text. So subject, this is the test card, body HTML, this will show up in the description of Trello board. So basically, it is able to read our Gmails, whatever mail we had sent it from a Gmail, it has received that email. And now what it is going to do is, let's retest this step so we can see what's happening here. So we had some data in. This data in is, if you see, we had specified that, the name of the board should be same as the subject of the email. Description of the board, description of the card should be basically the text that we received in the email. So all those things it has picked up. And then it has basically done something on top of it. Now let's look at our Trello board. And in Trello board, we can see that the email which I had sent is now appearing within the Trello board. So this is a test card. This will show up in description in my Trello board. So what we have done is basically created an automation that when anybody sends an email to this particular ID, right? So anybody who sends an email to this particular ID, basically this shows up in my Notion. So either I can share it with other people, or basically I can build other automations on top of it so that, this workflow can be completed. So what I would suggest is I will share this email address with you in the chat. I would say at least some of you try to send an email to it and then see it appear here, right? So what I'll do is I'll just close everything and we'll see whether we get any emails from you, right? We'll give it some time. Maybe we'll give it 1 minute So if there are any of you, you can send an email to that particular email ID and let's see whether they appear here. So previously, if I had to build something like this, I will need to get a developer onboarded who understands how to integrate with Trello, who understands how to integrate with Gmail, and do this entire orchestration for me. But since now I have tools like Zapier, basically I can just drag and drop a couple of items and then basically do it very easily, right? Open source map as in, sir, is it for like a geospatial map or is it like a map of information? Right. Okay, so now let's create a new Zap and see. So these are called Zaps, right? So we'll create a new one and see how we created it, right? So let's go to a new Zap. Okay. So open source app for this, you will not get, sir, because all of these integrations, right? So they have integrated with Gmail, they have integrated with Trello. These are not open source apps, so their integration won't be open sourced. So it's difficult to find an open source equivalent for Zapier. Okay, so let me zoom in. So first thing that we see here is we see a copilot, right? So what can I help you today automate? So let's say, so yes, this is integrated with Microsoft as well, right? So I will say using email by Zapier, I want to send an email to Zapier and it should be, can I send auto reply depending on the subject? Yes, sir, that can be done, but it will require more than 2 steps. So you will need a paid version of Zapier, but we will see how we can do that exact workflow in some time using a different tool, right? So now we are creating a Zapier, the same automation using Zapier. So we'll see. So using email by Zapier, I want to send an email to Zapier and it should be added to my Trello. That's it. So now this AI is going to work out one of the ways to basically make this happen, right? It has access to all the knowledge and all the tools that Zapier has. So it will find out which are the relevant tools to use here. So it says you can automate this process by creating a Zap that turns incoming emails into Trello cards. Here's how you can build your Zap. So it says there are 2 steps that are involved in this. So first is the email, new bound email. Second one is create card. So I can do add all steps to Zap, right? So it is working on it. I can fill as many fields for you as I can, right? Open step. So here I will name this as Anurag123 this time, right? And then once I have completed the step, you can see on the left-hand side, next. Okay, so next, let's test one inbound email in email by Zapier to make sure everything is working completely, right? So I should send an email to this and see whether it's working. So I will go here. I'll add that email address here and I'll say news app, right? This is a news app I'm working on. This is a test use case, right? So let me send this. So this email is gone. It is called news app. This is a news app I'm working on. This is a test use case, right? So I'll go in test, loading test trigger. So let me do the test to see that, everything is working fine. Unable to push emails, please reload the page if issues persist. Cannot find any email this sent in last. Try sending a new email. Let's test the trigger again. Maybe it took email some time to be delivered. So now we have got one record. And if we go and look into this, ideally we should have all the values that we needed, right? So strip text, this is a news app I'm working on. This is the test use case. Similarly, we will also have that subject somewhere. So raw subject is news app, right? Similarly, we'll have subject also somewhere. Subject, so news app. So we have subject and we have body HTML, right? So next, what we'll do is we'll go to the Trello card. So we'll start from the setup. So this is a Trello app we want to connect to, and you can change it. You can see there are a lot of different apps, right? You want to put it in Google Drive as a document, you want to add it to Todoist, you want to add it to Notion, you want to add it to Trello, YouTube, Google Sheet, all of them, right? Calendarly, Google Form. You can basically connect to all of them. So again, action, there are a bunch of actions that we have, right? We have like add attachment to card, add checklist to card, add label to card. For each and everything that you can do on Trello, basically there is a corresponding action that we can choose from here. And the last is the account. So to create a new account, to basically link the two apps, if you're already signed in, basically this window pops up, right? And then all you have to do is allow. And then basically it shows up here. So now setup is complete. We'll move to configure. So in configure, it asks us which board are we talking about. So let's say this time we're going to use a different board. Let's say the weekly blog publishing. That, you know, whenever we receive an email, it should ideally end up in ideas and backlog. That is the idea. So I will say weekly blog publishing, ideas and backlog. Subject would be news app. So that is what will go in the name. And the description will go here, right? And here I can also basically talk to the chatbot and ask it any questions or any doubts I might have. Right? It is basically the same fields that we basically see in a Notion card, right? Anything that you see here is something that we can basically add to this particular card, right? So we don't need to do anything else, right? No coordinates, no location, no address. We just want to update the name and the description, and we're going to continue. So let's test it now. So test step. And in the test step, ideally, we should see a news app here. So news app, this is a news app I'm working on. This is a test use case. So our automation is working now. So after I publish it, anytime that particular email receives an email, this one, basically that email will appear in this board as a card. So doing this using coding, I would say it will be at least a week-long project. But since we're using these pre-built tools, we can basically cut short this process quite significantly, right? So this is one use case, but like you can do gazillion things using Zapier, right? And this is just one of the applications, but this is their most powerful tool. Like they have tables, interfaces, chatbots, and Canvas. These are new tools or premium tools, but the Zaps that they have, that's literally quite powerful, right? So you want to connect it to Notion, you want to connect it to Google Drive. You can even say that, you know, you can choose this URL, and every time you send an email on this URL, whatever PDF you have shared, it gets uploaded to your Google Drive, right? Those kind of basic two-step use cases you can build in free. If you want to go beyond 2 steps, then you will need to get a paid version. And Zapier is not a tool which is cheap, because the prices that we saw, that were also for 1 year, when we pay for 1 year at once, right? So a good alternative for this tool is what is called as make.com, right? So make.com is kind of like automation using automation and AI together, right? So automation, you can see flex and scale. So visualize a more productive future with Make plus AI, your automation headquarters, and so on and so forth. So again, they have different tiers. If you're interested in having a look at the price, I'll just log in here. So 1,000 credits. So free, 1,000 operations per month is free. But if we want to go beyond that, then we'll have to take a corresponding plan. They don't restrict us as such, right, in the free version. But if we run out of these 1,000 operations, basically everything is put on pause. And they don't have that limit of only 2 operations at a time. Only thing is we can only create 2 scenarios at once, or basically 2 automations at once. So I have couple of automations already here. So let's have a look at them. So the zaps here are called scenarios, right? And we look at 2 different scenarios here. So one is pretty simple. So let me just give you one example since we are short of time. So what this one does is basically when I get an email, it sends it to ChatGPT. Then I have written a prompt and a logic for how to respond to that particular email. So it writes an email responding to the email that we have got, and then it sends that email back to the user completely autonomously. And just so that I am aware of what is happening, basically I'm adding that email to Trello as well. So let me click on edit and show you how this works. So the first block that you can see is Gmail, of course, right? So again, the same way we connected there, we can connect here as well, right? You can go and sign in with Google and give it permission to use your Google account. Here I have put a logic that only if an email is put in the work folder, then you run this automation, right? So similarly, you can have a logic where, from the first step, you're just getting the subject and the body out. And then in the next step, you're checking what the subject is. For example, looking for keywords that, if it has keyword work, then basically you're doing one workflow. When it is another keyword, then you're doing another flow. You can do all of those kind of things. The use case I have chosen is pretty simple, that if an email lands into the work folder, which is a logic I have built into Gmail, basically run this execution, right? So what I will do is basically I'll send an email from one account to another, and then we'll see how this Zapier, how this gets activated, right? So that is one thing. So so it is going to get executed then, and that's a bunch of the same settings, right? So what is the criteria? It should be an unread email. At one time, just process one email, right? Don't process all the emails at once, those kind of things. The second step is, the first step is we extracted the relevant information. We have the subject and we also have the body of the email. The second, sir, the thing is, it can work with Microsoft Teams, but if you have a institution account or a corporate account, what might happen is whoever has given you that email address, your institution or your organization, basically they might have restricted these use cases. So if that is the case, then you might have to reach out to your college or your institute to enable you to do this. But when you're trying this out, I would say please use like a Gmail account, and I would say don't even use your Gmail account. Create a new Gmail account where you don't have any information which is really relevant, and first try out using that, and then once you're comfortable building tools like this, then integrate it with your key emails, right? At least test it out using that way. Okay, so now let's look at it. So from Gmail, the first tool we will get basically the subject and the text body. Then what we'll do is we'll send it to ChatGPT. So let's have a look at the prompt that I have created here. So I have used something called as a parser. So the reason I have chosen parser is because parser, we can decide what kind of output we are expecting from this. Another disclaimer, to use AI features like this, you need to have basically a developer account with OpenAI, right? So how do we do that? So we can go to OpenAI's website, not ChatGPT website. We need to go to OpenAI's website, right? So when we go to OpenAI's website, we see something like ChatGPT here, but on the left-hand side, we can see a lot of other options. So in research, we can see what are the new research papers that OpenAI has published. Safety is about AI safety, business, and developers. So we want to go for developers. So when we go to developers, we can see, there's API platform, API pricing, Codex, open model communities. We also have a login. In login, we have a login for ChatGPT, API platform, and Sora. So we need to go for API platform. And once you have created an account for this, basically what will happen is you will have two things. What we'll need first is an API key, right? So what I'll do is for this exercise, if you want to try it out, I will share my API key with you. So API key is basically kind of like a metered connection. So using this API key, I can directly talk to OpenAI's AI models, right? And every time I have a conversation with that model, they charge me certain thing. And I would say it is pretty cheap. They charge like in cents per model, right? So we can see for ChatGPT, so for input, it is around $1.25 for 1 million tokens. So 1 million token, which is like 1,000 tokens, right? Outputs is around $10, which is for, again, 1M tokens, correct? So it's not like super costly, but yeah, it is like there is a price attached to it. So we'll have to set up our payment and everything. So in my case, I have certain balance with them. Whenever this runs low, I just recharge it with like $5 or $10, and it lasts me for 3 to 4 months. So if you're looking to basically talk to advanced AI models, but don't want to get the premium version, which costs around $20 per month, this might be a good alternate to try out these AI models, right? So what I'll do is I'll get the API key, share it with you as well. So let's say FDP temp API key. Select project. Let's put it as personal project. Create a secret key. So I will disable this after the session. So if you want to build this, we only have like next 1 hour or so to use this key. And like I said, this is something which is going to cost money to me. So be a little conservative with it. But I think you can experiment with it as much as you want in next 1 hour. I don't have any issue, right? So now that we have got an API key, we can go back here. I have already configured my API OpenAI connection here, but as you can see, so I just need to provide an API key here, which is like this. There is no organization ID attached to this, and save. And that's it. It is configured, right? And then we have to choose which model we are going to talk to. As you can see, there are multiple models that ChatGPT has. So these are the flagship models, GPT-5, GPT-5 Mini, and GPT-5 Nano, which they launched recently. But they have a lot more models than this. Let me see if I can find that list for you. So for example, they have this GPT-5 series, then they have GPT-4 series, right? And then they have like 4.0 series, they have GPT image, and they have like a lot more models, right? And we can have a look at it. These are all the models that they have. They have so many models to choose from. So we are going to use GPT-5, which is the latest one, right? So we'll go back. So we'll choose GPT-5, right? Then text to parse. What is the text that we want to send to AI so that AI can do something about it? So I'm sending it basically subject and the email body. So where did this come from? So basically anything that you might need from the previous step, what you can do is you can just use slash like this, or you can also choose from here. So in the subject, I'm saying this is the subject and this is the email body. So where will the subject come from? So this is where the subject will come from. And this subject is coming from where? It is coming from Gmail watch email, which is this block. And similarly, I have email body, which is text content, right? So which is going to come here. And after that, I'm giving it a prompt about what to do about this particular email which we have received. I'll copy this prompt in my notepad so we can see it clearly. So this is the entire prompt I have written for it, right? Please draft the email body by answering the user's query based on the information provided below. Note, sign the email as regard Anurag, founder Preg Studio. You can hyperlink Preg Studio to company website. Provide your responses using HTML tags like P, BR, A, bold, italics, etc. Don't use Markdown at all. Information about course. So I have created a dummy course for which people are reaching out to me querying about this course. So the name of this course is Prompt Engineering 101. And this is basically detail on that course. What is module 1, module 2, module 3, module 4, tools and requirements, course material, learning methodology, assessment and certifications, who is this course for, best practices. So basically, this is going to have all the information that the AI might need to respond to that particular email, right? So now what happens is, and I'm saying that, basically you should provide me your output as email body, right? And email body is basically, text responding to user's query. And that's all I need from the AI. And once I get that response, basically I will send it back to the user. So the to address is going to be the sender. The subject is going to be the same. I will just add a RE in front of it so that it goes as a reply. And then in the content, which is the email body, I'm just going to pass the response which I received from AI. Does this make sense? Give me a thumbs up if you're still there, if you're still with me. Great, right? And then the next one is, at that time, what I want them to do is also add it to the Trello so that, I can understand, who are the ones that I auto responded to on, I might have to follow up with them later on. So it is a good idea that I add it to my Trello. So in Trello, it will go to the students query board. If you want to have a look at the students query board, this is the students query board. It has 3 lists: auto respond, follow up, and done. So it should go to the list auto respond. I'm not doing anything else, like we can change the labels and all. Maybe we'll mark it as blue. We'll see what it does. Member, I'll mark it as me. Name of the card will be basically sender's name, and then in the bracket it should be their email address. And the description should be, this was the user's query and this is the response we sent to them, right? So the query would be subject and the text content, and the response would be the email body we sent to them. And now what we will do is basically, I'm going to run this workflow and show you, right? So there is no email right now. So data size is 0. It did not get any input. So what we'll do now is go to Gmail. This is where we should get our email. So I'll send it from another email account. So I will send it to anurag@lavnar.com, where the automation is there. And how I have made it work is, if there is keyword like, PS101, which is, P, prompt engineering 101, or if somebody has mentioned prompt engineering 101 in the subject, then basically the entire workflow gets triggered, right? That is how I have designed it. So right? So the question that they have asked, like it could be a detailed email as well. I'm just giving you a very simple example. So, and I'm going to send this email, right? PE101 question regarding this course. Can data science professional take this course? So I'll send it. Now, ideally, that email, when it comes, should land up in my work account. Yeah. So I've received an email, which is, question regarding the course. Can data scientist professional take this course, right? So now when I run this automation, as we can see, it has received that email. Subject question P101 questions regarding the course. Text, can data science professional take this course, right? So it has got all the relevant information that it needed. Now it is basically talking to the AI, and this might take some time. So as you can see, text to parse, it has sent the subject, it has then the email body, and then it has got an output as well. And this is the output that AI has generated for us. And then the email got triggered and it got added to Trello board as well. Now what we can do is I can go to that my other email account where I had triggered the email from, and I can see. So I had asked the question, can data science professionals take this course? And then I got a response back. Hi there. Yes, data science professionals are an excellent fit for prompt engineering 101. The course explicitly welcomes developers and data analysts, and you learn practical prompting techniques you can apply immediately to your DS workflow. How it helps data scientists, exploratory data analytics, code assistance, SQL and data query, data cleaning, and feature ideation. Relevant modules to focus on: module 2 to 3, core and advanced prompting strategies; module 4, module 5, module 6. And it is basically getting all that information from basically the prompt that we had provided, right? So it is saying core and advanced prompting strategies because this is core prompting techniques and advanced prompting strategies. So it has formulated this response for us. So no coding is required to take this course, but the course coding background will help ... So AI created this entire response. If you have any queries, feel free to reply here or reach out to us at this email address. Regards, Anurag, founder of Tech Studio. Just like the instructions which I had provided. So if I get any question which basically has PE101, prompt engineering 101, those kind of keywords, this flow automatically gets triggered. So that is how I've built it, right? So imagine it's like if you're doing an online course, or basically you're reaching out to a lot of people, and then you get a lot of responses back, right? Sometimes it is not physically possible to go through all of them and respond to them individually. So you can also create some workflows that, when I move a particular email to a particular folder, then AI auto responds to it, right? So you can build those kind of flows as well. You can also build a flow where it is like AI will respond to the email, but it'll save it as draft. It is not going to send it. You can review it and send it across, right? So you can build all those kind of workflows. And like I said, sending email is just one of them. It could be even like, I'm moving a Trello card from one list to another list, and that triggers an email, right? And like the other thing that I was mentioning to you, that, I can even have a Google form. So when somebody fills up that Google form, basically then it gets triggered. And now the thing is, since this workflow is created, I have tested it. You can see there is an option called run once, which I just did. But now every 15 minutes, it's going to basically check and see whether this flow needs to be executed. So this is a fully automated flow. I don't need to touch it ever again. As long as basically my OpenAI is going to have money in it, this flow will keep getting executed. No issues whatsoever. And obviously I have the 1,000 caps of operations per month, right? So those two things need to be taken care of. Similarly, I created this other workflow where basically basically students can fill up a Google form, and using ChatGPT, they can get an auto response for it. So for example, this is the form I have created, right? Questions for next lecture, very simple form. Please submit any questions, doubts, or topics you would like clarification before the next class. Your response will help me prepare for lecture more effectively. Your name, your email, and your question. That's it, right? And now I can share this with you as well. So the only thing is, if you ask a question related to prompt engineering or generative AI, you will receive a response. If it is not related to that, it will just say that, hey, I cannot respond to this. So you can also try it out. Right? And I'll open this link. I think I'll have to open it in incognito. Cool. So let me see. My name is Anurag, right? My email address is this. How is engineering relevant to educators? Simple question, right? And then I'm going to click on submit. And now ideally that entire workflow should run and I should get an email, ideally. But I'm not sure if it is active or whether, it runs once in every 15 minutes. So maybe we'll force run it and see. So I'll just run once. It has got one response. So the answers, let's see. Anurag Kumar. Question: how is prompt engineering relevant to educators? Email. It has got email as well. So it has everything it needs to basically send an email. And I have got a response as well. So response to your query for next lecture. Hi, Anurag Kumar. Prompt engineering is relevant to educators as it can assist in creating, engaging, and thought-provoking prompts for students. By using prompt engineering, educators can tailor prompt to stimulate critical thinking, ... right? And then it basically follows all the instructions which I have provided. So let's have a look at that. So step 1, we got all the details we need. Step 2, again, same thing. This time we're using 3.5, which is even an older model. We're using a text prompt. And here is my prompt, right? You can, this time prompt is a little complicated. So the prompt is, you are tasked with creating a personalized response for a high school student, answering their questions in less than 200 words. Follow these instructions carefully. Respond to user's query only if it is about prompt engineering or generative AI. If the question is about anything else, just reply with sorry, but I cannot help you with the prompt engineering question. The username is, basically I'm providing it with the username as a variable, which you can see here, right? So basically this has the username. So if we see name, this value, right? So we can see it has my name in it. And then basically the question to be answered is again another variable, which is coming from the form. Question ID. So it is your question, and then somewhere inside it is value, right? How is prompt engineering relevant? So that is what this variable brings in, right? So the question, we have the user's name. These are the two things we might need to answer the question, to send them an email. Compose a response using the following guidelines. Address the user by their name at the beginning of the response. Explain the answer as if you're talking to a high school student. Keep the entire response under 200 words. Focus solely on answering the question. Do not add any introductory or concluding remark. Format you response. This might not be like correct, or maybe it's repeat. So it's like basically begin with a personalized greeting, provide an answer to the question, end the response with regards. On the new line, add the footer. There is an issue here. Okay. This is the AI generated response because there is a mandatory guideline that, we have to tell people that, this is AI generated if it is completely AI generated. And then I'm telling it to use HTML tags, right? And remember to maintain a friendly yet educational tone throughout the response suitable for high school students. And that's about it. If we wanted it to answer from any specific resource, so basically we can pass that in the prompt as well. Then we have specified some other values like how long the response should be. It should not be longer than 500 tokens. And how we like to think of token is basically it's like I would say it is like 400 tokens would be somewhere around 300 words. So 500 tokens would be somewhere around 300, 350 words. So that's how long the email should be. And then the final is basically I'm just sending an email. So we can build these kind of automations pretty easily, right? Okay, so I think this concludes the automation part for us, right? So we can do a lot of things. We can create very complicated scenarios. These websites do have some samples to see how complicated workflows can be created. But pretty much anything that requires you to interact with two different apps, and you need a developer to do that. If it's a simple use case, basically we can automate it without using any programming whatsoever. If we are going for complicated use cases, then yes, we might need to develop something. But for basic use cases, I think they do a pretty good job. And I think to look at the pricing for make.com, and make.com is becoming very popular quite recently. After ChatGPT and all, lot more people are using it, right? So it is around $9 per month if we get the annual plan, right? So it's like we have to pay for 12 months at once, or it's around $11 per month if you want to go for the core one. But I feel like 1,000 credits is a lot. It's like we might need to run an automation once a day, or maybe once a week, right? Or maybe once every few days. So for that, 1,000 credits is a lot for us. And only other limitation is that the minimum time we can set between runs is 15 minutes. So it is not going to respond instantaneously, but it is going to respond every 15 minutes. Okay. And there are a lot more tools coming up like this. The ones that I'm sharing are basically the industry standard tools that we can use. So with this, we'll start the second module. So second module is basically about using it for how do we use AI for knowledge discovery. And I think some of these things you would have already covered because I'm sure Google Scholar, Semantic Scholar, these things are pretty standard in academia right now. But I want to share some insights which you might find relevant for your particular use cases, right? So first, I'll start with Google Scholar. So as you already know, Google Scholar is one of the largest repository of research papers online. And I would say it's the most comprehensive one, right? So any research paper, any topic you want to search, get the latest information, Google Scholar is the place to be, right? So let's say I'll search for this paper called Attention is All You Need. Like I was mentioning, this is a seminal paper which made generative AI possible. We can get all of the research papers sorted. And I think you're pretty familiar with this tool that you can go and basically download papers, get more information in it, get citations, right? How do I cite this paper? You can save it in your library. You can find related articles. You can look at all the different versions, right? View in HTML, so on and so forth. These are all basic features, and I think you should be already familiar with them. On this bottom left side, there is this option called Create Alert. This is a very nice feature that they have. So let me search for generative AI, then I'll create an alert, right? And what this alert does is that, in this particular, if a research paper is published with this key topic, like it could be in their title or they could have tagged it this manner, basically I will get an email alert. So if you are in a research topic and you're in a niche field and you want to keep up with the research that's happening or you're aware of it, so what you can do is basically you can get Google Scholar to send those papers to you as and when they are published, right? And if you want, you can do any form of workflow automation on it that, it is added to Trello with a summary of the research paper and all of those things, which I think this is a very good feature that they have. Another hidden feature that they have and I really like is basically this thing called as Scholar PDF Reader, right? So this is basically an extension that you can download in your Chrome, right? So to download this, you can go to Chrome extension. I have already added this. So Google Scholar PDF Reader, right? And what this does is basically, let me go and search for, I think I have a research paper handy. So this is the attention is all you need research paper. So what I'll do is I'll open it in my browser to show you what this feature does, right? So right now, I don't have this plugin enabled. So let me go and enable it. So I can see Google Scholar PDF Reader. I will just bring it here, right? And I'm going to restart this, okay? And let me close this and load it again. Still didn't work. Maybe I need to restart it. Just give me a second. What I can also do is attention is all you need. So now I'm opening it through the Google Scholar PDF Reader. So the first thing I can see is it has these sections on the left, right? Thumbnails, table of content, pretty standard. But this tool is AI powered. So just by looking at it, what you can do is basically you can get a very good overview of this research paper just by looking at them, right? So what is the conclusion in 3 bullet points, model variations in 3 bullet points. And this works with all research papers. And it need not be that this is a research paper you have downloaded from internet. Even if you have like some closed sources from where you're getting research papers, you can just open them in your Chrome browser and this AI feature will automatically activate for you. And again, from here, you can get, how do you do citation? You can look at Google Scholar information. And you can see this is not even coming from Google Scholar. I got this from, Google search from a random website. And I think it does a very good job. So any link, you can click on it and you'll get to know about what this paper is about right here. You can see the PDF directly. So everything gets quite augmented. And it makes our life at least a little bit more easier, right? The other one that I want to talk about is Semantic Scholar, right? And it is important to basically know about Semantic Scholar because most of the AI tools that you are going to be using these days, right? Whether it is Illicit, whether it is Consensus or any of these AI powered tools, most of them are basically getting their papers from Semantic Search, Semantic Scholar. Okay. Why is this not out? Okay, right. So another thing that we can do in Semantic Scholar is attention is all you need. Let's just go to the same paper again. It finds that paper for us. We can obviously read the paper, topics, citations, all the normal things that we get. But on the right-hand side, we also have this chatbot kind of thing. So I can go and ask any question like, And now it's like, what is the key discovery of this paper? This paper introduces transformers, a novel network architecture based solely on the attention mechanism. So you can ask questions directly to the research paper. And the thing is, this is basically created by AI too. And the thing is, AI too is basically doing a lot of work in the research as of right now. They're doing a lot of good works. They've come up with some very good tools. So they have a chatbot where you can basically, ask questions just like ChatGPT. But in Semantic Scholar, what they have done now is basically they have included it inside the app itself. So you can directly ask questions, and based on the research paper, it's going to basically answer those questions for you. Another thing that they have is this thing called a semantic reader. So semantic reader is something similar to what Google Scholar's PDF reader does, but this is the feature that I really like that they have. So basically, they have this skimming assistant, right? So in the skimming assistant, they have settings. So let's say I disable skimming, it looks like normal PDF. Then I can choose what are the things I'm interested in. I'm interested in goal of the research paper, what is the methods they use, what were the key results that they found from this paper. So I can click it and it is going to highlight it then and there. And it is going to tag them that, hey, goal is mentioned here, results they have mentioned here. So it becomes easier for me to, again, read this entire research paper. I can find that, the relevant information pretty easily. It becomes very easy for me to skim this entire research paper. Another feature that they have is the citation cards. So again, when I disable it, you can see all these links change from hyperlink to normal text. When I change it to citations, enable it, I can basically click on them and read it. And this summary, unlike in Google Scholar, is AI generated. So you can see TLDR, and I can go and do it for any link, right? So it's like right here, I have the context about what they have mentioned, why this research paper is important. And if I want, I can go and do a deep dive in the research paper. But this really helps me out when I'm, at the initial stage of my research and I'm still figuring out, what are the key topics that I want to work on. What does this research paper talk about? What are the other research papers that, I might need to go and read further. This makes that process very easily. And then if you like a research paper, you want to do a follow-up on it, you can directly add it to your library. And similarly, you can also create alerts in Semantic Scholar as well, right? So these are the two tools from an AI research. There are a lot more tools, but I want to limit myself to these two. I know other people will also be covering different tools. But I think Semantic Scholar, Google Scholar, these are two that I think all of us should be using. Like I said, they are the most comprehensive research libraries online. Another good thing about Google Scholar is since it is in the Google ecosystem, it has a very good integration with Gemini, right? So that is the advantage that they have, the Google has, that, internally they can connect their Gemini to Semantic Scholar. For a third-party AI tool to do that, it is not possible. So what we can do is, I'm in Gemini right now. I will go to this tools and search on click on deep research. So we can see there are a couple of options: images, guided learning, canvas, deep research, right? So let's say, what is the topic I'm interested in? So I will say, I want to learn more about carbon print of LLM models, right? And this is something I want Gemini to do a deep research on it, so that, it can basically, as the first version, the first introduction about, I'm just choosing a direction about what exactly should I go about it, where should I find this information, those kind of things, right? So I'm at an exploratory phase as of right now. So what I'll also say is, I am mainly interested in research, publications, or use Google Scholar only. And I'll hit enter. So since it is deep research, it works like an agent. Rather than just giving me an answer right away, first it is going to create an approach about, how it is going to work about it. So here's the approach it has taken, right? So it is like, okay, here's a research plan for that topic. If you need to update it, let me know. Research websites, right? Find foundational research papers on Google Scholar that define and measures the carbon footprint of large language model. Next, analyze the research findings on the energy consumption and environmental impact significantly related to the training phase of LLM. Investigate the publications that quantify the carbon emission for inference phase. Compare and contrast the carbon footprint of different LLM architectures. Evaluate proposed solution and mitigation strategies. Synthesize the key data points and methodologies, right? Explore research that contextualize. So this looks pretty accurate, right? Maybe only thing I would like to do is, make it relevant to both open weights and closed source. And then it is going to basically take my input and revise its plan accordingly. Right? So somewhere in its plan, so it's like investigating and comparing the carbon footprint of prominent open weight models and closed source models, right? So then it is going to analyze the results, create a report, and it will be ready in a few minutes. And then I can basically go and click on start research. This is not going to give me a response instantaneously. This is going to take its own sweet time. It can go even up to 5 to 10 minutes. So what we will do is basically we are going to go and run the same thing in other browsers so we can even compare how they operate in the same manner, right? So for knowledge discovery, I have found this is a very good way to basically, when you're ready to dive into a new topic, and you want to start from a starter document, so to say, which gives you a very good overview. So it does a very good job, right? I would say people are using it to basically write research papers, but I would say the best use case for this would be that, you get that initial understanding. So I like to think of it like the executive summaries, right? So it's like when there's a new business opportunities, basically CEOs ask for an executive summary about that opportunity. So that is what this does. I think basing your research completely on this document might not be the right thing to do, but this document can at least give you the direction about what are the different variables in this space, what are the different topics you can explore, what are some of the things people are talking about in this particular space. So that kind of knowledge discovery becomes really helpful. So now we can do the same thing in ChatGPT, right? So I want to learn about carbon footprint of LLM models. I'm mainly interested in research publications. They don't have Google Scholar access, so I don't want to confuse the model further. I will click on deep research. Sources we can choose. So I'll provide a web search, right? And I'm going to hit enter. So it asked me a bunch of questions, right? Are you interested in academic peer-reviewed papers, preprint or both, right? Do you want relevant publications, example, last 2 to 3 years? So I would say I'll answer all of these questions quite fast. Here are my answers. So I'll say last 2 to 3 years. I'm looking for general analysis comparison between model mitigation strategies. So I think I'll say the same thing that I had mentioned here, right? That make it relevant to both open source and closed source models. Should I prioritize papers with a focus on specific regions such as India or a global perspective first? I would say global perspective, right? And hit enter. So again, this is working in a similar manner to how Google is working. So Google has finished writing its response. And as you can see, the environmental footprint of large language models, a comparative analysis of open weight and closed source architecture. So there's an executive summary, right? Quite long executive summary. How long is this? Let me just export it. Copy content. So it's a 3,000 word document, which has 10 pages. So it is pretty comprehensive. Okay, there are no headlines. And it has table, which compares everything, right? The nuanced state of performance versus stability, open weight alternatives, so on and so forth. What I'll do now is I'll say, so training versus inference. While the initial training of large language model has a massive one-time carbon cost, the ongoing inference may become a bigger issue, right? Closed source versus open source. Research suggests open weight models often have a lower overall carbon footprint, higher cost, right? The carbon footprint of LM is not just about electricity consumption, it's about manufacturing, transportation, disposable, the why. Difference in carbon footprints are often due to architecture and operations. And then I can do further analysis on top of it. So for example, let's say my ultimate goal was that, I want to estimate what is the carbon footprint of running something like a ChatGPT for a month, right? And for this, I needed to do this research. Now, since I got Gemini to do this research for me, it has all the relevant data it might need to answer this particular question. So using this research that it has just done as a reference, basically, I can ask it further questions. So I can say, using this research, will it be possible for you to calculate carbon footprint of ChatGPT for a year? Please note that OpenAI launches new AI models every year, right? So now it is going to basically create a hypothesis, come up with some assumptions, because it has a lot of data on this particular topic and relevant data on this topic, right? And based on all of that, basically come up with an approach on how to approximate this, because this information is not available online. So we have to basically have some logic, have some reasoning on how we are going to calculate it, right? So we can see it has calculated a lower bound and it has estimated an upper bound. These figures do not include the one-time training cost of new models each year. The training of GPT-3 alone was estimated to be around 1,284 megawatt hour, which some expert estimate GPT-4 training cost will be 50 times higher, right? So this is the number that it has given me, right? The lower bound is around 140,000 tons of carbon emissions. And the upper limit is around 1.6 million tons of carbon emission, right? So let's see what ChatGPT came up with. It is still doing. What we can also do is benchmark this estimate that we have done from research with Google, if somebody has done this research before. So if you're aware, Google also has an AI mode now, right? So sir, the given data is going to be authentic because it has only come from research papers, right? So other thing is Google also has an AI mode now. If you have not enabled it, please enable it. Just search for Google AI mode. So I'll remove the first one. Will it be possible for you to calculate carbon footprint of ChatGPT for a year? Right. We are not talking about model training. So now what Google does is Google always searches for relevant references and then gives us an estimate. Right. So again, estimated annual carbon footprint. A recent study suggested ChatGPT emits around 2,600 kilograms of CO2 monthly. So our estimates are way off actually, right? Because our estimate for the upper limit was, so it said 140 tons of carbon on the lower side, which is even less than basically what another research study found for even a month. Upper limit might make sense. Okay. So I'll try to speak slowly. Maybe there is some connection issue because of which the voice is breaking. So why is there this discrepancy? Another thing we can do is basically just copy paste it, bring it here. So ChatGPT is still working on it. I think it's going to create a very long document. It has looked through 30 sources and it has gone through like multiple steps to write this paper. So you have brought up a very important point and I appreciate you raised the discrepancy. The difference in our calculation is excellent illustration of core challenge in assessing the environmental impact of LLMs. Here's the breakdown, right? Your data, the text you provided appears to be from a source that uses data from a certain point in the past, likely from 2024 or early 2025, right? My data is based on the mid 2025 research. This is a 12.5 increase in the daily queries, right? A recalculation with the most recent data, energy cost per data. So in conclusion, while the numbers you provided mathematically correct from a data it used, it is based on outdated figures. So it is still insisting that, it is basically, it gave me a right answer. So this could be a case of hallucination. That's why it is important for me that, I go back and look at, whether the data is correct or not, whether the reasoning it took to come up with this data, whether that makes sense to me or not. So I need to check on those things before I can go ahead and share this response with other people, right? So like I said, both Google and Gemini use the same source of data, right? The only thing is their approaches were different. And both their approaches are different, but the thing is the answer that Gemini constructed, it came from a very good backing of research that it had already processed in its memory, right? Whereas what Google does is Google basically looks for articles online and answers only based on those articles, right? And it is not looking at research papers. So I don't know whether Google gave me a right answer, whether Gemini gave me a right answer, but I'm interested in knowing who is more correct to the actual, like how far are the estimates, and they seem pretty off, uh, right? So that is why I'm saying hallucination happens in AI once you start using it like a power user. So you have to be aware of it. And how do you validate it? I don't need to validate it by working out these numbers all by myself. How I can validate this data is by looking at the logic, right? What logic did Gemini use to generate this answer? What logic did Google use to generate this answer? What logic did ChatGPT use to generate an answer? And if I can explain the reason, that is good enough for me, right? But that's why it is important that, I assess my results again and again. So this is one thing. So even the ChatGPT response is ready. So let's have a look at it. ChatGPT response, actually it creates a very nice PDF as well that you can just send it to you as a WhatsApp and read it later on. Carbon footprint of large language model, measurement studies. It has looked at everything, mitigation methods to reduce, and all the citations that might be there. And this is a four-page long document, so it's quite short. So let's ask the same question here as well. We'll ask ChatGPT to estimate its carbon footprint. So thinking longer, again, this is ChatGPT 5. So it is doing further analysis, trying to read through the information, get it in one place, and then it is going to respond to us. Let it respond. In the meantime, let's also do the same thing in Perplexity. So there are two key things that I want to talk about Perplexity. So one thing is they have this deep research feature, just like what we saw in other apps. But on the right-hand side, in the sources, the good part is we can choose only to look at academic sources. So this is not even going to go and look online. This is only going to look through like Semantic Scholar or somewhere else, right? So these are going to be only research papers that you look at. Even in Gemini, we had given an instruction to ChatGPT to use only Google Scholar, but there is no way for us to double check it, right? Whether it only used Google Scholar or whether it used websites as well. We can go in sources and see what sources it used, but that's a lot of work, right? But how Perplexity makes it easy is that in the sources itself, we can specify that, we want to look at only academic papers. We don't want to look at websites. Again, social is good for Twitter, Instagram, those kind of things. So if you want any recent information, again, finance, this has like SEC filings. So any information you need on company, you want to do some, build financial models, marketing models, market models, and all that, you can use it. So again, let's try to do the same thing here as well. So it will follow a similar process. So it says, 3 minutes left to gather sources and create a report. So I can say notify me. So it will send me a notification on my mobile phone, right? And it will do something similar. And if we look at the research, see, these are the search queries it used: carbon footprint LLM research papers, environmental impact LLM studies, energy consumption for AI model research. And looking at it, it looks like most of them are research papers. They might not be peer-reviewed research papers, but they are research papers nevertheless, right? AI hasn't still reached a stage where I can give it specific instructions saying that, this research paper should only follow certain criteria, but I'm sure we'll get there pretty soon. But right now, it just does a search, sees what are the top results it has got, and then based on that, it is going to process them and get the relevant information out of them, right? So we'll go back to our ChatGPT. So in ChatGPT, we had asked, will it be possible for you to calculate carbon footprint for ChatGPT for a year? And then it wrote a bunch of code as well. And then it responded to us. And the response we are getting here is around, it has taken a different approach. It is like, I don't know what is the average number of prompts per day that ChatGPT gets, but if it is this, then this is what the corresponding number should be. And this is my formula to calculate annual emissions, right? So again, if I want to validate this information, I need to dig a little deeper and understand, what logic it has taken, whether the assumptions that it has made, right, are these relevant in today's scenario or not, right? And only then I can say. But its reasoning is pretty good, right? Even if a student or a professor also might have taken the same reasoning. So like energy per ChatGPT prompt, right? So 0.34 watt hours. Statement attributed to Sam Altman. Journalists also note the caveat around average prompt means. Prompts per day, right? Scale scenario. Since OpenAI doesn't disclose this, use public traffic proxy estimates to bracket the range: 0.5 billion, 1 billion prompts per day. Similar report reports that, multi-billion monthly visits. One industry tracks claims of 2.5 billion prompts per day. Treat this as the upper mid scenario, not ground truth. Carbon intensity of electricity uses a global average of 480 CO2 kilowatt hours, right? So maybe if I know where the data centers are, so I will be like, rather than taking global estimate, you can take estimate of that particular country or of that particular city or of that particular industry, right? So that is where the assumptions might change, and based on that, numbers might change. But so far, this approach looks pretty good to me. So since this approach looks pretty good to me, I can say these numbers might be accurate, but obviously I cannot be 100% sure without going through it, right? So Perplexity has also come up with an answer. And as you can see, this is the research. These are the steps it took to do this research, right? I don't think it would have created any image, but yeah, it even looked through a couple of images. That's good. And all the sources that it looked through for this particular deep research. So I can have access to all of them, right? So we'll ask the same question here and see what response we get. Okay, let it finish its response. in the interest of time, there's another feature of Perplexity that I want to talk about. So first and foremost, I think you're already aware that Perplexity is pretty much free for Indian users. If you have an Airtel connection, it need not be an Airtel's phone. It can be Airtel DTH, it could be Airtel Wi-Fi, or it could be a prepaid phone, it could be a postpaid phone. If you have it, then basically you can get 1 year of Perplexity Pro for free, right? You have to just go to the Airtel app, and I would say you can download it. Even if you don't have an Airtel phone, I would say please get a SIM, because the SIM cost around like 199 or 99 rupees, depending on what offer they are going that you have. And in exchange, you will get so much value out of that one SIM card, which is, I mean, like you cannot even compare it, because if you look at pricing, right, it is around $20 per month. So for that 199 rupees, basically you're getting like more than around $240 worth of value out of it. So I think it makes sense. Even if you don't have an Airtel SIM, I would say just go and get one, just to get Perplexity Pro, right? Use it for 1 year, and the models are significantly different from in the free tier and the paid tier. I have Pro version for Perplexity, ChatGPT, and Gemini. And I can say across all the three models, the kind of responses you get in the free tier and in the paid tier are very different, right? It's like there is one limit of, that it basically, Perplexity login is only available through Gmail. I'm not really sure about that, but I have logged in using Gmail. So the thing about Perplexity is, and the thing is, don't try to think of Perplexity in the same breath as, I would say, ChatGPT or Gemini. The thing is, Perplexity's goal is to become a competitor to Google, right? ChatGPT, Gemini, they have separate goals. They want to develop AI, but Perplexity wants to create an alternative to something like a Google search. And one of the good things about Perplexity Pro is that just by Perplexity Pro, you get access to so many models, right? If you get $20 subscription for ChatGPT, you get access to only ChatGPT models. If you get Gemini subscription for the Pro version, you only get Google models. But here you get GPT-4, you get Claude, which is from Anthropic, you get Grok. So you get access to so many more models, right? So it makes sense to basically go and try it out, see how the response changes when you change models, right? It's a good way to explore it out. Other key thing about Perplexity is these three things. So we can see the first one is search. How did you get Pro version? So Pro version for ChatGPT or for Perplexity, sir? This Perplexity I've got through Airtel app. I logged in using Gmail. So generally, I have a separate Gmail account which I connect with all my online services. So that is what I have connected here, right? So you have three things here: search, you have deep research, and you have labs. So what you can do in labs is basically you can create entire web applications from scratch. I will not say that you don't need to be a programmer to build these applications, but it's good to have some knowledge of code, so that when you're looking at the code, you can make sense of it and make sure what is going right, what is going wrong, right? Then obviously we have these different sources. So if you are an Airtel user, what I suggest is go to the Airtel app. You can download the Airtel app on your mobile phone, and there you will see a logo for Perplexity. Let me see if I still have that app, or if it's still showing up. Maybe I can show it to you. Let me share my mobile screen. So when you go to your Airtel app, right, if you scroll down, you see this option, AI unlocked for you, free Perplexity Pro worth 17,000. You just have to go and click claim now. I have already claimed it, so it will not work. But that is how you do it, right? So then you will get this option, Perplexity Pro, that you can manage. So mine is valid till 18 July 2026. Right? So we discussed these three things. So for example, the lab feature is quite good. Do try it out. You can ask it to, build some small applications. Sources we have discussed. You can choose what sources. You can attach files, right? You can also connect your Google Drive and directly share files from Google Drive here. My favorite part of Perplexity is the Discover feature, which is not there in any of the other apps, right? And every morning, basically, it also sends me news highlights based on my interests. So, right? So it's like Putin outlines peace terms after Trump visit in Alaska. Indian market tumbles as US prepares for 50% tariff. And these are all the news which are happening. And the good part about Perplexity is that, I can even go and say, or, I can have a prompt which does a further analysis on top of a news item. Every time, basically, I want to do like a deep dive on some specific news item, so I can also do that. Okay. Right. So I cannot provide a summary of this information that it is to be a described fictional event, right? So we can run into these kind of issues using generative AI. And this is like a classic example of hallucination. There has been no report submitted between Putin and Trump in Alaska, and the detail provided do not correspond to actual recent development, right? And when we're asking for a particular news item, this is where the issue happens that, Perplexity's policy might be not to say anything negative about US-Russia relationship, and that is clashing with the news item here. So such things happen, and like because of which there are cases of hallucinations as well. So let's try some other news, right? So let's look at this news. This seems interesting. Musk sought Zuckerberg's backing for 97 billion OpenAI takeover. So that's it. So I can get news that I'm interested in very easily. Right? Indian startups, talents, and company may see increased opportunities for collaboration, funding, adoption, advanced AI-driven fundraise. So I can do like analysis and reading news at the same time. Other good thing about them is this spaces thing. And please have a look at it. So you can see what are the different spaces that people have created. Right? So these are kind of like packages that people have created on a particular topic. So for example, let's look at research. So get started, patent research, key option, open research explorer, citation generator, or you can create your own as well, right? So I'll just show you this first. So open research explorer. If we have a look at it, they have a custom instruction. So which is basically, it follows a specific set of instructions, which come like pre-baked into this chat instance, which is your research assistant designed to help users find relevant high quality academic publications. This is kind of like a prompt. These are the links to the various sources that they think is good for them, right? And after that, I would say, you can basically ask it any question and it's going to follow the instructions. What you can also do is you can create your own space. So I have created this one space called attention is all you need. And what I have done is it's a very basic chatbot. So it's like you are an AI science, you're a scientist interested in transformers and respond only based on research papers that you have access to as PDF files, right? Search setting include web search by default? No. And what I have done is I have given it a bunch of research papers. So one of them is obviously attention is all you need, right? And other papers are somehow related to AI. So now, right, when I ask it a question, it is going to respond only based on these sources. It is not going to respond based on its own understanding or based on, what is available online. So I can say, machine translation, NLP, constituency parsing and structure prediction, text generation, vision task, long sequence modeling. So this is all the data which is coming from specific research papers. So there are links also. So we can see which thing is coming from which research paper, right? And I think that's pretty much it. Let me just see if there are any questions. I think we're out of time as well. So let me know if there are any questions. We can take them up. But I think that's pretty much it from my side.
Okay, hello. So
Yeah.
dear participants, if you have any queries, so please raise your hands.
Okay, so I got one question, which is about any image or flowcharts created by ChatGPT or Gemini can be used for paper. Does it show as plagiarism? I think I answered this question. As long as it's a diagram, it is fine. But if it's an image, when I say image, I mean like a image which looks like a real image, then it would be an issue, right? So like I said, this is the question from Dinesh sir. Which tool is best to humanize the AI generated content for writing the research paper? I would highly discourage you, sir, from doing it, because what might end up happening is the humanizer might look like it has solved the problem today, but 1 year down the line, if they end up checking the research paper for AI generated content, then you can have issues. So that's why I don't like to talk about plagiarism checkers and how can you make AI content humanized, because it's a very dicey thing. Today it will work, but 1 year down the line, if the paper gets redacted, then there will be like serious issues. And trust me when I say there are people whose only job is to basically find such research papers, right? Like that is the goal that they have. So those people are there today. Those people would be even more the following year, right? So we can have an issue. Detailed study material for all the sessions completed. So for this, I'll share the decks. I think that will give you a comprehensive overview. So is there any way to reduce AI content in any research paper? I would say please don't use AI generated content in the final submission at all. Use AI till the final draft, but the final submission that you have, I would say review each and everything yourself. And if there is any AI generated content that a tool predicts, try to say the same thing in your own words, right? Because that is what the journals also say, that anything you put in a research paper are your thoughts and are written by you, right? So one line, maybe like in a page, or 2 lines in a page is fine, which is AI generated content, but anything beyond that can be troublesome in the future. I'm not even talking about your paper will get rejected now. I mean, there are ways to bypass it, but I'm more worried about that your paper gets accepted today, and then 1 year down the line, the journal says, we are removing your paper because it has AI generated content. Because I think that hits on reputation a lot harder than a research paper getting rejected. And that causes issues down the line as well. Right? So tool for AI plagiarism, like I said, I use a bunch of tools. I never rely on a single AI tool when I'm doing plagiarism checker. So see what you have access to. I've heard Turnitin is really good, but I have not used it personally. One of my go-to tool is Quillbot, right? And I think there's one more called write.com, but that is not that good. But I would say at least use 2 or 3 plagiarism checkers. Doesn't matter which one you're using. So it is better to take test it out on 2 or 3 of them and then take a consensus. 2 out of 3 of them say it's 70% AI generated content. So it means it needs to be changed, right? I think tools and software. So for creating college timetables, that is a very complicated task. I would say you can ask ChatGPT to create an app for it. And then, so this is a question about, can you create a college schedule using AI? So what you can actually do is you can go to ChatGPT and say that, hey, can you create me a one-page web application which can create, a schedule or timetable for me. I'm going to provide you all the details about the courses, and or you can say, I'll upload the course detail as a CSV and then provide it to the CSV. So basically, it will build some logic in Python or in some other programming language and give it to you as a web page. And then you can use that web page to see whether it is being generated is correct or not. So best AI to make flowcharts or diagrams. There are a bunch of them, but my go-to one is ChatGPT, and I'll tell you how, right? What I do is, can you create a flowchart for finding a prime number? And I say inside a code block for Mermaid chart. So Mermaid chart is an application in which you can create diagrams, right? So this is called mermaid.live. And what I do is whatever thing I want to do here. 1 second. So we can go to playground, and here we can paste a code. And based on this code, basically it generates a diagram. So that's what I asked ChatGPT to do. Can you create a flowchart for finding a prime number inside a code block from Mermaid chart? This is the code block. This is the code it has created. I can go and click on this and I have got my chart, right? If I want to make changes to it, I can do it here, right? If I want to make any changes, I can describe them here. If there are any errors, I can tell ChatGPT, this is the error I'm getting. Can you give me the updated code? And I can create charts pretty easily. So this is my favorite way to create charts. You don't need any third-party app. It does a very good job. So it's like start, input a number, and if n is greater than 0, right? So you can give it an entire article or like a bullet point list and ask it to create a chart. It can do, and then you can export it as PNG and other things as well, right? So that's about it. Are there any other questions left?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello. So, dear participants, if you have any query with the expert, you can raise your hands. We will unmute you one by one, and then you can directly interact in the session. So, Shravani ma'am, you have raised your hand. I'm unmuting you. I have sent you an unmute request. You can please speak now in the platform. Hello, Shravani ma'am. Okay, she is not available right now, I guess. So
Okay.
next, next. Yeah.
Aditya, I'll answer the questions from the chat. There are a couple of questions here.
Okay.
But if anybody can want to speak, they can definitely speak, right?
Yeah, somebody has, two of the other people have raised their hands. So once you finish the chat section, then we will move on to these two participants. Okay.
So there are some cases where paper written by actual scholars are detected as AI generated content. Question from Tushar sir. Yes, sir, that is happening a lot. So that's what I was telling you. AI detection tools do not work 100%. That's why it is all about self accountability, and that's what even research journals are saying. You should explain that in what capacity you have used AI generated tools, AI tools, right? Grammar through AI. So can we check grammar through AI and then submit paper? We can definitely check grammar with AI and submit paper, but I would say don't ask your AI to fix your grammar and rewrite it, right? Ask ChatGPT questions like, hey, this is my research paper, and give it in parts, like in small chunks. Can you identify grammatical and styling mistakes in it, and how can I fix it? This is for a research paper, and give it more context around it. And that is a good way to do it, right? So what if we present our ideas or language and ask AI to structure? That's a very good idea, and I think that is how brainstorming is going to happen now onwards. But again, in research context, one of the things research journals are very particular about it, that the content of the research paper should be written by you. They are very particular about it. So even if I present my idea to another person, right, and ask them to basically convey those ideas, then we can see that the ownership kind of changes, at least in part, not completely. We have the same issue when we ask AI to do the same thing. So that's why it is not advisable. With some much data mining upload, the chance of plagiarism detection become higher by the day. What are the risk of original content being rejected? So like I said, the AI generated content tool basically has no sense of what is original content and what is AI generated content, right? That thing, it doesn't have. It is just using some random algorithms which historically have proven to be useful, right? So that happens a lot. Original contents getting detected as a AI generated content happens a lot actually. Right. So, and it works like this. So for example, let's say in the when the chat GPT had just come out, right? So it is trained on the data from the internet. So if you go and search online about, how do you write an article? So it is same as what we read in textbooks when we were in school, that, the opening paragraph should be introduction. Then you should basically introduce 3 paragraphs, one on each point, and then conclude the article, right? Now, the thing is, if a student writes an article that way, basically there is a high chance it will get flagged as AI generated content, because AI has also learned to write an article in a similar manner, right? So that thing is definitely there, that original content getting rejected as AI generated content, that happens a lot. But like I said, there is no way around it. People are still struggling with this question, so I don't have a conclusive answer. What upload our own write-ups and ask AI to rephrase it. You can do that, but again, when AI is rephrasing it, it becomes like there is a part of the idea that AI has taken part in it, right? So it is no longer 100% your idea. So that issue happens. How can we reduce AI plagiarism? When I checked Turnitin, they gave same plagiarism. Please help me out. So again, so I think plagiarism is one thing. AI generated content is another thing. AI generated content is not plagiarism, so to say, right? Because it creates original content, and it is not a content which it has picked up from some website, word to word, right? But yeah, AI generated content, like I said, please don't put it in research paper. I don't know what else to say, because when I read through the guidelines, all the research papers pretty much say the same thing. The article should be human generated, and if they have used any AI for writing the article, they should disclose it, right? So these are the two things that all of them mention. So trying to bypass it using some other tool can land us in trouble. With so much published content being mined, okay. So when we upload or our own write-up and ask AI to rephrase it, it is still considered AI content, yes. And the reason it is considered AI content, like how we find out whether it's AI content, is there is a statistical relationship between words. Like a word preceding has a statistical relationship to the word that came before it, right? And that is why when an AI rephrases it, it uses that statistical relationship between words to answer you. So yes, it is AI generated content. What if we present our ideas hard? So that's the same question. For this spoken skill, I think to AI tool that can provide feedback to students on the spoken skill. So ChatGPT's Pro version has a voice chatting feature, which does a very good job. So it can basically mimic interviews. It can take vivas. It can, quiz you on a particular topic. It can do a lot of those things, even for spoken skills. From where are we getting roll numbers? Okay. So when copying link from ChatGPT, then at the end link, ChatGPT is included. So for this particular question, what I would say is, I think this is what you're talking about, that when I go and click on it and get this link, or when you're getting a URL, sorry. I think what you're talking about is that when you're getting the URL, so anything after the question, so generally you will get links like this. When you are getting links from ChatGPT, generally you get links like this. right? So for example, prex.studio, source.chatgpt. You can basically get rid of this text and it will still be the same link. So you can remove that ChatGPT from the end without having any issues. And you can try out the link. Generally, it works seamlessly. It doesn't change the URL at all. Okay.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, Aditi.
Okay, so shall we unmute the participants who have raised
Yes.
their hand?
Yes, definitely.
So we will be, so Betappa sir, I have sent you an unmute request. Betappa sir, are you there? Hello, Betappa sir, are you there? Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I guess he's not there. So Arvind Kumar Jain sir has also asked to unmute him. So Arvind Kumar Jain sir, I have unmuted you. I've sent you an unmute request. Please, please ask your query. You can interact in the session. Arvind sir, hello. Okay, he has left the meeting.
Okay.
Tarsim sir, I'm sending an unmute request to you also so that you can ask your queries directly to the expert. Okay. Yeah, Tarsim Singh sir, over to you. We have sent you an unmute request. Please, you can interact in the meeting.
Am I audible? Thank you very much, sir, for valuable information. It was very insightful session, and I just wanted to know that is there any tool or software wherein we can detect, plagiarism, or we can check AI plagiarism?
Sir, the Turnitin and I would say Quillbot is pretty good. But like I said, none of the tools are foolproof. So it's better to use multiple tools. And paid tools are better than free tools when it comes to plagiarism check. So that's why Turnitin, which college provides, ideally should give you the best response. But I have seen Quillbot among the free tools does a good job.
थैंक यू वेरी सर. व्हाट क्विक टूल जो है उसमें लाइक जैसे हमने बेसिक हमने चेक करना हो, उसके बाद जैसे टर्न इन तो इंस्टीट्यूशन प्रोवाइड करवाता है ना सर. तो अगर जैसे अपने लेवल पे चेक करना हो तो उसके लिए क्विल्ट बोल्ट में मतलब उस लेवल का चेक हो जाता है जिस लेवल का जो टर्न इन सॉफ्टवेयर करता है.
हाँ जी सर, आई वुड से Quillbot is pretty decent, but it is not as good as Turnitin.
Thank you very much, sir.
Regarding Perplexity and Airtel, basically you can go to the Airtel app and you will see an advertising banner there for AI or Perplexity.
Okay, thank you, sir. So next we will unmute Ravi Velugula, sir. Ravi Velugula, sir, you have raised your hand. We have sent you an unmute request. You can now speak in the platform.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the session. So I have this question. Let's say I'm writing my own content, but our English as much as not good as AI generated content. So can I use a paraphrase of my own content in a paper directly?
I would recommend against it, sir. So it's like if you're doing it for a couple of lines, it is fine. But I would say please avoid using it because it does become AI generated content once you've paraphrased it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ravi, sir. So next we would request Saeed, sir, to please ask your query. Saeed, sir? Hello? Okay, he's not present right now, I think. So next query we will take from Prashant Tiwari, sir. Prashant Tiwari, sir, we have sent you an unmute request. Please kindly ask your query.
Sir, it is not possible to learn these number of tools So what are the minimum tools by which we can do our research work properly?
So, sir, for that, I would suggest one, use the LLMs extensively, at least to get started, right? So, for example, Perplexity is a very good place to get started, especially for research, right? And search for AI tool. So, AI tool is basically an organization which makes free tools for research. So they have come up with 2 or 3 new tools recently. They are pretty good. So please do explore them. And talking about so many tools, it depends on like how we do our research. Depending on that, we have to pick up our tools, right? We don't have to use all the tools per se. So based on that, we have to choose. I would say it doesn't make sense to use like more than 3 or 4 tools for research, but that has to come from personal choice. So for example, I don't do research papers, but whenever I do knowledge discovery, my go-to tools are generally Perplexity and ChatGPT, right? Deep research features. They do a very good job. And I would say any application that is out there, doesn't matter what they do, the same thing can be done using ChatGPT. Only thing is it's a lot harder. So step one, I would say learn to use these LLMs quite effectively. Doesn't matter which one you're using, whether it's Gemini, whether it's Perplexity, whether it's ChatGPT. I think that is the first thing. And then based on that, it depends on your workflow, right? And like you said, there are more than 1,000 tools just for research for AI right now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So next we would request Manish Shankar sir to kindly ask your technical session related query to the expert. We have sent you an unmute request. Manish Shankar sir.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah, sir, thanks for a great session. Sir, I just want to ask that when we send these research guidelines or whatever we are unearthing from this perplexity, sometimes I feel that yes, it is giving me quite a lot of different directions for research, which when sometimes we are reading a topic for quite for 2 or 3 months, our mind gets saturated. But when can we just? I want to know your views. That can we? Obviously, we have to paraphrase or we have to give a human touch to these aspects. But how the journals are viewing these aspects means suppose some argumentation is I am developing some argumentation between during a same model, mediation, moderation. So from my literature review, I have understood some perspective. I have from my data observation, I have done something. But I have observed that if I keep on asking perplexities, they go deeper, bring out some critical thought process. So it is coming up with those aspects also. It is giving me those answers also. So just as it is a platform where we are all discussing how the AI generated arguments or AI things are authentic and in this aspect, just I just want to you hear from you as a mentor that how you view these arguments if we go report these things in our research to journals also A category journals, B category journals. These are if we report like this. So how you are viewing these things? I just want to have a perspective.
Sure, sir. So like you said, so I'll also divide the answer in two ways, right? So one is, yes, research is in a big flux right now because of generative AI, right? And people are, frankly speaking, everybody is still grasping to see how things are changing and what to do. To give you an example, Google recently introduced something called as Google Co-Scientist, which is still in beta testing, right? But I'm sure like by the end of next year, Google Co-Scientist is something that all of us will be able to access. Now, what Google Co-Scientist does is it does entire literature reviews for you, right? And it doesn't do a literature review like how we just did using deep research. There are cases where a Google co-scientist took as much as 1 day to do a research, right? And the feedback so far has been the scientists who were beta testing it, what they have said is, there is no way for you to have come up with this response because I am doing a research in a novel field and the only data that is there on this for this research is on my laptop. So the AI has reached a stage where it can do full-fledged literature reviews better than humans, right? So we don't have an answer for that as of right now, but we know we have the technology that can do that. And I would suggest that, please keep an eye on Google Co-Scientist as a tool because it impacts all of us, like how it does. And even when, I'm sure when it is launched, we should also try to get access to it. So one, yeah, there is a very big change which is happening in the research space as of right now. So, for example, this change is so big that literature review might be a thing of the past. It's like people might do it for their own, understanding and own work, but for publishing, literature reviews and research papers might be a thing of the old. Like that is what people are discussing as of right now, right? So that is one. Yes, there's a big flux, and frankly speaking, nobody has an answer for this as of right now. I think we will see this evolve in next year or two, and then we will find out, how basically how the things are going to be. On the second point, yes, so there are a couple of things that research journals have become very particular about. Initially, people started listing ChatGPT as a co-authors of the paper. So journals came out and clarified that when you say somebody is a co-author, they also have accountability for this research paper. And since ChatGPT as an entity cannot be accountable, cannot be held accountable, that's why they cannot be listed as co-authors, right? So that is where it started from. So after that, what they said is when you write a research paper, basically there is a agreement between you and the journal which says everything that I'm presenting in this research paper are my ideas alone. And I can defend each and every line which I have written in this research paper. So what they say is, if the research paper is being generated by ChatGPT, how can you say that you can take accountability for each and every line? So what they say is, don't use AI generated content in the final submission. One, if for some reason you have to do that because you might have used tools like Grammarly, please state it that I have used paraphrasing tools using Grammarly, and be open about it, so that later on if there is an objection, hey, there is certain amount of AI generated content in this research paper, you can defend saying that I had explicitly mentioned that I have used it for paraphrasing, but other than for paraphrasing, I did not use my research use AI for anything else. So that is where we are as of right now. Like I said, it's again an evolving space. I can only share, that what is being discussed in the industry right now. But in next year and a half, there are going to be like a lot of guidelines, a lot of changes that are going to be happening in the research space. So just keep an eye out for it. I hope that answers
Yes,
the
sir.
question.
Yes, sir. Actually, if you see these, I used to read management literature. So, in management literature, qualitative study used to happen. There, they develop propositions, then some conceptual models. So, I not only me, means my fellow mates are also feeling, just feeling that these are the, if you give some instructions to AI or Perplexity, they will, if you do some sort of training to them with some questioning and some prompts, they are able to generate all these things also.
Yes, sir.
So how that is not a difficult task for them, but just in what in research papers we are doing is just making it a very synchronized format. That's what we are doing right now. So I, because you people have you are using every day all those things, that's why I want to ask this question. That it is really a grave concern that how these things, these platforms will evolve, isn't it, sir?
Yes, sir, definitely. So for example, recently I used this tool called Jenny AI. I don't know if you have used it. So what Jenny AI does is something very remarkable as well as very scary when you think about it, right? So what it does is, for example, I am writing a paper on, let's say, how basically social media impacts teenage mental health, let's say, right? And then I'm writing a sentence like, which goes something like, the teenage health is impacted adversely by spending long time on Instagram. And then just writing this line, it auto completes my line, says, on Instagram, 50% of the users reported that, after spending 30 minutes on Instagram, basically, they have, they start feeling anxious and things like this. And then what it does is it provides reference to a research paper where this content is being mentioned. So
Oh my God.
using GenAI, basically, I can write a full-fledged research paper which looks phenomenal, and basically it has all the right references, but I might not have read any reference, any research paper whatsoever. So now the thing is, this is where we are at. So now the thing is, when we think about, okay, it is telling me, my paraphrasing is being detected as AI generated content. But those policies are in place for tools like that, right? And obviously it has seeped into. So that's why right now journalists have taken a very hard stance that, hey, we are going to be very careful about AI generated content. And that is where we are right now. So there's nothing that, we can do about it. We just have to adapt around it. But like I said,
So, sir, if few comments are also you're observing that the researcher is saying that no, this is my content, but the journal is sending some comment that no, it is a Gen AI content. So how to convince them that it is only my content only? Is there any hook out of that?
So there are two things again. One, if you have used any paraphrasing tools, be very clear about it upfront. And second thing is, you tell them, see, I am ready to define each and everything that you ask, or I can also provide you with all the support material for my research. So
okay,
none of it is. So I'm sure it will take to and fro between them. But like I said, the guidelines are still in flux. So we even they are not very clear about how to tackle this. But
yeah, just in Turnitin when we upload, they used to show what do you say, these paraphrased portion is there, but sometime right now Turnitin is coming out that 20% or 30% is AI content. And again, if it has been paraphrased manually, but just by using again rephrasing those lines, then Turnitin also say it is that AI content portion is also getting reduced. It has been also observed. So that's what these things are very really. There is no specific guidelines to it that what is not AI content and what is AI content.
So as a source, what I would suggest is Harvard has compiled a resource on this. Harvard. Research writing. So their research I found was most comprehensive, which talk about all the generative AI, like what are the issues and all. Right. So for example, this is the link. I'll share it in the chat as well, so you can access it. Right. So for example, here they answer all of these common questions about generative AI. And if you see, can I use generative AI to write or develop research papers? Right. They provide all the others as well.
Sir, you just Googled it, right? It is available in Google, right?
Yes. But this is the most comprehensive resource that I have found for generative AI in research writing. Like, what are the guidelines? So this should provide you with all the information, sir. Because like even if you see here, they also say the same thing. It has a range of policies, right? So there is no consensus as of right now, but this should give you a good direction about what is acceptable and how to deal with such issues.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. This is very, I have to read these things. Yes. It's a very great material. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No problem, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Manishankar sir. Now, next, I would request Subiksha ma'am to please unmute yourself and ask your query. Yeah, Subiksha ma'am, please. Subiksha ma'am, are you there?
You could hear me?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, that was a wonderful session. Thank you so much, sir. My question is, how can you verify that the information provided by the various tools that we have been seeing for the past 4 and today, how we can trust it and how accurate it is? I mean, how do I, I mean, the fact checking and the related sources alongside with the AI tools, how can I take it forward? Because I do keep on getting new AI tools. So, so that's being a question on my mind.
So,
Kindly
sure,
shed light on it. Thank you.
sure, ma'am. So the thing is, for all the AI tools, I cannot give a generic answer. But for example, when we're using LLMs, right? So LLMs basically responds to our questions from two sources. One is its own internal understanding of how the world works. And second thing is it does a Google search and gets resources from online and answer based on that. So for research or whenever we are looking for information in niche fields, right, for which a common layman person might not have all the information, generally the knowledge that LLM gives based on its understanding of the world, ideally we should be wary about it. We should be like, careful about it. Reason being, most of the time this information might be correct, but in some cases it might make wrong mistake. So what we can do instead is we can tell ChatGPT that any claim it is making, ChatGPT or any other LLM, right? Whatever claim it is making, it should check online and provide relevant sources for it, right? So what it forces these LLMs to do is whenever it is trying to give us a number or trying to give us a fact, it has to mandatorily do a search. So for small use cases, this works quite well, right? Again, this is not foolproof, but I would say if previously you were getting 70% accurate answers, using this method, you will get up to 95 to 99% accurate answers, because for each and everything that ChatGPT is saying, there is some source for it, and it's going to provide that source for it. And if you're very particular that if you want AI to respond to you only based on certain source material, for that we have certain tools like Google's Notebook LM, right? So in Google's Notebook LM, what you can do is you can upload up to 50 documents, and every document could be like around 200 to 500 pages long. And when you ask a question to Notebook LM, what it does is it doesn't give you an answer based on its understanding. It doesn't give you an answer based on what information it finds online. But what it does is it answers only based on the information that you have provided as a source material. So in Google's Notebook LM case, we can be 100% sure that the information that it is providing is 100% accurate. But at the same time, we have this limitation that this thing is not connected to internet, or basically AI is not thinking for itself, right? So it's a balancing act. You can use ChatGPT and tell it to always check online to provide sources. One, you can do that. But if there's a requirement that 100% of the result should be accurate and they should only be from research paper and only certain research papers, then I would suggest exploring tools like Notebook LM. I saw that in our schedule we have a session for Notebook LM by another professor. So please have a look at it. Notebook LM is a very powerful tool, and one of the use cases for that tool is that it doesn't hallucinate. Second, for each and every line it writes, not even like every paragraph, every line it writes, it gives you a source. Hey, I wrote this line based on my understanding from this paragraph that I picked up from this particular source material. So please have a look at that tool, ma'am. I hope I answered your question, ma'am. If there's anything else, let me know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, absolutely. So, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for asking your queries. So with this, we have come to an end of all the verbal queries. Also, all the chat related queries are also being addressed. So thank you, sir. Although we have crossed a long duration, it's almost 35 minutes extra. So so on behalf of entire team of E&ICT Academy, Professor Gaurav Trivedi, sir, the principal investigator of E&ICT Academy, and Dr. Hanuman Singh Shekhawat, sir, who is the principal coordinator of this program, I thank you, Anurag Kumar, sir, for accepting our invitation and coming on this platform, joining with all our participants and sharing your knowledge with us and making this day 5 of the program successful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, IIT. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir. So also, dear participants, we thank you all to you all also for making day 5 of this program successful. And with this, we announce that we have already come to an end of this 1 week of this 2-week long program. Obviously, tomorrow is a holiday. Day after tomorrow is also a holiday. So next session will start from next working day, that is Monday, on 25th of August. So from there, then another week will start, and on 29, it will be the end of the program. So dear participants, MCQ1 is already going on. The link is active. It will be active till 7 p.m. So we request all participants to please go to the link and solve the MCQ and then submit it as soon as possible, because the link will be closed after 7. We also request all the participants to please note that attendance of day 4 is updated. However, attendance of day 5, that is today, will be updated on Monday, that is 25th of August. So that's all from our end. Thank you all the participants for joining and making this day 5 of the program, and with this 1 week of this program successful. Thank you all. So dear participants, you can now leave from this meeting link. The meeting link will be deactivated in another 2 minutes. Thank you all.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, actually, in the Google Drive attendance sheet, there is
Yes.
my name is not there. So how I can fulfill the roll number?
So roll number field is not required, sir. I don't think so it's required.
Okay.
Okay. So if you don't answer that question also, then also it will be submitted.
And one more thing, my name is also not in that.
Pardon?
My name is not also there in the Excel sheet.
Excel sheet. Okay. So this is very common question which everybody is asking. For that, we request all the participants to please be cooperative with us, because see, there are 1,646 participants in this program. Okay. So
Okay.
making them accommodate in the single Google sheet was not possible. So that's why we have categorize the people, all the participants, according to the academy where they have registered. So there are total 5 tabs in the program, in that Excel sheet. So I
Okay.
guess I should share it. Okay, then I guess you were able to understand. So I guess you can see the screen. Is the screen visible? Can you see the
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
attendance sheet? So here,
Yes, ma'am.
over here in the end, you will see 5 tabs are there.
Okay, okay, got it, got it.
Yeah, these represent the various academies which are participating, and the respective participants from that academies who have registered under that academy. So
Okay.
IITG from stands for IITG participants. MNIT Jaipur stands for MNIT Jaipur participants. IITK for IIT Kanpur. So in this way, we have categorized the participants. So by chance, if you have registered in NIT Patna, then you have to go into this NIT Patna tab. Okay, and then you have to simply press Control F in order to find your name. Suppose my name is Shubham as an example, then I will not manually go through this entire data. It will be impossible for me to manually search my name. So I will simply press Control F so that I can get this search panel over here, and over here I will put my name Shubham, and then it will automatically highlight my name where my name is there. So my name is Shubham. I am registered in NIT Patna. I located my name, and the roll number section, that is 1595, is my roll number for this course. So that is the process which is already provided to you in words, step by step in the Google Doc file also. So we request all the participants to go through that and check your attendance accordingly. Yeah, link for MCQ is shared in the Telegram. Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, I checked from the day first. continuously attended this program, but the day first you make it absent.
Okay, day first you might have attended with some other email ID, I guess.
Ma'am, from day first, I continuously attended from 2 p.m. to till the
yes,
end of
I
the
understand.
program.
I understand, but the email ID which is over here, we have tracked that email ID only. You might have joined from any other email ID. So no issues. You can mail us your query that you have registered, you have joined the day one of the program from some other email ID. So if you provide us that, then we will be tracking you and making you present. No issues.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. I am only having only one Gmail ID, nothing else.
So from institute ID, you might have attended.
No, ma'am, I am not having an institutional mail ID. Actually, my institute is not providing any kind of official mail ID. I am only having a Gmail ID, spsingothers@gmail.com. So as I see in the attendance, day first is you may mark it the absent A.
Okay. Okay. So in that case, we will be rectifying it.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So dear participants, yeah, Praveen Yadav sir, we have already shared your email, your roll number and everything. You can go through that. Okay. Yeah, you can leave. Vijay Thakur sir, the session is over. Almost it has extended more than 30 minutes. So sorry to take your so much time. So yeah, Shelly Thakur, yes. Yes, ma'am, please tell me. Shelly Thakur, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am. Okay, now I have found my name in the sheet. Thank you so much. Next query is, I'm attending the session every day, but you know, my college timing is up to 2:30 p.m. So after 2:30, I used to travel. So somewhere I lost my connection. So just I'm informing you in advance. So
no issues in that.
Then again, I used to rejoin once I restored my internet. My query is, ma'am, this was the first assignment from your end, right?
Yes. It was first.
Thank you so much. That's what
there will be only 2 assignments. Okay, one is conducted today and another one will be conducted on next week on Thursday. Okay, that is 28.
Okay, so next assignment will be on next Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, that is 28.
Okay, ma'am. And ma'am, one more query. Will you conduct any exam after the session?
After which session?
After the entire FDP?
No. This is the only 2 exams. That is in the form of MCQ.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So thank you, dear participants. With this, we end the session. You are requested to please log out from this link. The meeting link will be deactivated in another 2 minutes. Thank you.